Welcome back, Crime Spies. That wasn't the right one, but I overslept and just bring yourself back in time about a week. I know some people commented that the intro outros were a little loud, so I'm going to add that to the to-do list. So welcome back, Crime Spies, to another day of justice or injustice, the troubling trial of Mr. Zachariah Anderson. Yesterday, if you had joined us for our 12-hour marathon, it was really troubling. Let's just put it that way. I really don't know what to say after that outburst of the nug and being threatened. Pernilla, hello, good morning. Good morning and welcome to Crime Spies, half ready. Although I have done some before where I'm not ready at all. It's like naked and unafraid. No. Well, anyway, so today is January 2nd. Let's see here. Cut. Oh, I don't know how to fix that either. And for now, I am going to go like that. And go like that for now. I did want to put this up on the screen today. We need to change that to, today is day 1324 that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. There is a GiveSendGo. There's a GiveSendGo link here. Let's do what we did yesterday because that actually kind of worked pretty good. This and this and 1 second here. Copy. All right, so they are at 4,000. I could probably do it in my head, but I don't want to embarrass myself by being an idiot. 46,820. Enter. $3,180 away as of this morning. So somebody donated $50. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we've updated that. One thing to check off the list. You're cooking dinner, 7 p.m. Where are you from? It is 12:05 here in Minneapolis, suburb of Minnesota, the armpit of America. All right, so two things I wanted to do is need to order my prescription or I'm going to be in bad shape tomorrow. And Cub Pharmacy is not, they have a new website and it stinks. Cub Pharmacy, oops. Let's just put it that way. It stinks. I'm going to hit the thumbs up. All right, up here. All right, so let's do this like we did yesterday. In the description box underneath the video, Sweden. Oh, my neighbor was from Sweden. Ylva. Actually, growing up, we thought we were half Swedish. No, we thought we were half Norwegian, almost half Swedish, and a wee bit Scotch-Irish. And my brother took one of those DNA tests a few years back. Turns out we're 94% Norwegian. So number one, we were misled, if you will. And number two, My dad said, we're probably more Norwegian than the people living in Norway now. But my brother and I had an ongoing competition because we were about half and half. I mean, the family tree, out of like, when you go back 4 generations, out of 16, 8 were from Norway, we thought. 7 were from Sweden, and 1 was from. And I always get confused if it was the Irish people that emigrated to Scotland or the Scottish people that emigrated to Ireland. Scotch Irish. Anyway, so growing up, we had an ongoing battle. I would have like t-shirts I would wear that said, "How Swede it is." And I know my son did. My son did one of his reports was for Sweden. My brother competed on well, he competed and he was also a translator for the U.S. ice fishing team. They'd go over to like, I don't know, Belarus or somewhere over there. And then the Swedish team gave him a bunch of Swedish stuff to send back home for the kids. And then when he took the DNA test, then the Norwegian team gave him a bunch of Norway stuff. And actually now he's an interpreter for the Norwegian team, which is weird. I don't even remember how that happened, but anyway. All right, so here we go. And I love Swedish meatballs. I actually made them the other day with lingonberry jam. Oh, so good. All right, so today, Justice or Injustice, the troubling trial of Zachariah Anderson. We are going to be watching day 12's testimony. Like I said, we used to be Sweden. Well, see, then maybe that's where all that came from. It is very interesting. Hi, Nancy. And I hope your new year is off to a spectacular start. Thank you for joining me again. So underneath the video on YouTube and Rumble, I don't think this is the right one either. Well, I'm not going to explain why I think I know what it is, but it's supposed to say, I think I know what's happening. Okay, this is what it's supposed to say, so I'm going to fix it. Please note, for the duration of the trial rewatch, in lieu of any donations to Crime Spies, which doesn't happen, but yesterday, Teresa, who I met on New Year's Eve through Detective John, was so generous and donated $5 to my Venmo account. That's never happened. So thank you, Teresa, again. June, how's the doggy blanket coming along? And welcome back. So I'll fix it. But for the duration of the trial, that link we just popped up, please donate to there instead. Monetary contributions toward the $50,000 goal. Again, we updated it. They're just shy of their goal just by $3,180 by the end of January for his appeal. But non-monetary contributions such as sharing the link on your social media and prayers are also accepted. Don't feel obligated to, spend money you don't have. I mean, money doesn't stretch very far these days, that's for sure. Then we've got Bielhammer Media, who has remastered all of the... Hi, Christine. How are you today? Bielhammer Media, this should be a link to his channel and the playlist that we're watching. If you wouldn't mind, in your copious free time, just going through the playlist, starting at day 1, hit a thumbs up, fast forward to the next one, thumbs up. I noticed he's not getting very many thumbs up, and I want to make sure everybody does that, because there's some method behind YouTube's madness that helps. Then bullet point 2 is the free Zachariah Anderson website, which is absolutely fantastic. It's so well organized. There's so much stuff in it. I know yesterday a couple times during the testimony we were pulling up a side-by-side window I'm going to try to do that again today when I hear something that is relevant. The new podcast series, Wrongful. The three wonderful ladies that have come into our chat, and also the voice of Zachariah Anderson in episode 4, La Kong Express. Here is the link to their link tree, and then also a link to the podcast awards. There's the 18th annual podcast awards. Wouldn't that be something? I know they qualify for the true crime and also female narrator. So I'm not sure if any other ones apply. We should probably get that figured out. And again, here's the GiveSendGo link. La Kong Express. This is a link to his channel. He's got 4 excellent episodes that he's put up over the last, I think, like 5 months. Interviews with Soloman Anderson. We've got Broken Baker's YouTube channel, and then this should be the link to the interview from a few weeks ago. Making Law Simple, David out of Michigan. There's a couple, I don't know if these are work. You know, it's weird because, it doesn't matter. Let's just get moving along here. Denny Motion, that was covered under the first. Hi, Stray. I finished Dr. Death Season 2 last night. How are you doing with Season 1? Closing Arguments, which we'll probably get to by the end of the week. There's a link where he talks about that. Steve Gosney's interview with Tiffany Roy. So for some of you who, believe Zach was convicted, like his conviction was the accurate thing based on the drop of what they continue to refer to as blood. That's an excellent interview with Tiffany Roy. She wrote a letter that's on the Zachariah Anderson's website. If I was smart, I would have put that underneath here too. So if you're really stuck on that piece of evidence and convinced that he received a guilty verdict, you agree with that verdict, I'd suggest you watch that. Then our Serendipitous Christmas Kismet Marathon Christenings, Stray the Warrior Princess Moderator, and La Kong Express, La King Kong, Encyclopedia Crown, if you will. Then I've got links to some really great YouTube channels that I enjoy. I had kind of joked that they're in order of my favorites just because I wanted to see if you were reading the little bot comments. Stray, thank you so much for unknowingly, I copied and pasted some of yours to get the emojis. So, but you can now sit back and relax, put your feet up, if you will. But we've got Detective John. I was just on with him again for a little while the other night, New Year's Eve, and for quite a while the week prior. Salvador, which without Salvador, I probably wouldn't have met most of you. Publicly Buzzed. Steve, one of my absolute favorites. Jessica for Justice. She's a smaller channel. I met her through Murder Church, Publicly Buzzed Murder Church. She also does a lot of stuff on Kick. She does Love After Lockup, which is fun to watch, actually. Christine, here's your link to your channel. And Hella, Excited Utterance. She redirected some people a couple days ago, I think it was. So it was nice to see some new faces. Thank you, Hella. And then just stuff nobody ever reads. So there's that. I'm going to move this back down here. There. What else is I going to say? Oh, thank you to Nick, the Swede from Sweden, and Mr. Jingles. There was a Viking raid yesterday during our marathon 12-hour live stream. I should add him to the list as well. And many others I will add as I remember them. So with these long live streams, it's, other than sleep, it's hard to get anything, done that I want to. But the list, I'll get caught up on the list when we're caught up on this. Let's just put it that way. All right, so here we go. I'm going to leave it at normal speed. If I feel like it's a little slaggy, let's just say, I'll bump it up. Oh, and one other thing, I did copy and paste the transcript. Again, I haven't really figured out. I think I can put that in Discord as a PDF. And, you know, it's an AI generated transcript, so a lot of the spelling and stuff is wrong, but it's better than nothing. And there is a way for me to put it on the screen, you know, side by side. I don't know if that would be a benefit. I'm open to suggestions on that, I guess. But so today, day 12, is the whole day is testimony by Vincent Correa, the lead detective. Christine, let's see here. Well, this is going to be interesting. So we got one witness this whole entire day. Nick did a fundraiser for Zach. Yes. I was watching that and also donated a small amount. I need a new water heater really bad, but I'm kind of getting used to baths. So I think they raised, I don't have an exact dollar amount, but I know it was over 4,000 in that 5-hour live stream. That was fantastic. So Christine, they're 1,380 days away from what they need by January 31st. So it's January 2nd. So Stray had worked this out, divided by 29. No, that's not what I wanted. 3, oops. Fat fingers. 3, 1. 3, 1, 8, 0. Divided by 29. $109, roughly $110 if you round up between now and then. So definitely doable. There. All right. I think we're ready to go. 18 minutes it took me to tell you all that wonderful stuff. If I was smart, I would clip it and edit it for, you know, better use of time. And La Kong Express, hello and welcome again. For those of you watching, he drops little breadcrumbs. I'm pretty sure he's back there, you know, swizzling his cognac. And he just, like, types in stuff, like clues, if you will, crumbs, if you will, to pick up. All right, here we go. And welcome. And thank you. Oh, shoot. Before we begin, let's just do this. There. Alcohol is poison. Yeah, I'm not a drinker. Sometimes in the summer, I like a sangria, you know, when it's warm. But I'm not much of a cocktail person. I can't handle the hangovers now that I'm old. This person is out of the room at this moment. And everybody ready?
I wanted to briefly just indicate that optimistically, if the state finishes its last remaining witness, Detective Correa, today, and I say that with determined optimism, then the defense has indicated to us that a early couple of witnesses for them would be a recall of Mr. Marquand Washington and then a different inmate from the jail system named Nicholas McAtee. Mr. McAtee is represented by Anik Ahmad. I have shared some information today with the defense that I am hopeful will, and I believe that both sides are interested in Mr. Ahmad being present or at least having consulted Mr. McAtee before he were to take the stand. So I don't know how that would normally be accomplished, whether who would try to cause him to be here when it is a defense witness. But I believe that there's enough difference in what has been in the information that's been presented by various parties that certainly his counsel should in some way be involved in discussions with him. So if the court wanted me to contact Aniq Ahmad and give him a particular time, I could do that. He indicated to me he had matters in Milwaukee this afternoon, but if needed, would reschedule. Again, I'm not sure if he'll start today, but I think the materials have been turned over, and I don't know if typically the court clerk would contact him or if the defense has an obligation to do that. I just am not sure the protocol here.
Is this
right off the
gentleman
get-go here
on sentence or
he is
held?
He's being held on a federal detainer.
So he's been sentenced to prison here in Kenosha, and yet he will not be sent to prison until his federal case, which is a separate and distinct case, is resolved. So his attorney is currently representing him on the federal case.
Is there any kind of an agreement or anything like that, or
no?
As was the case with Mr. Washington, no.
No, not at all.
Is he going to be questioned? Anything with relation to his state or federal charges?
I intend to impeach him. I assume the defense would start to try to insulate as best they could, but I don't want to speak for them. But I intend to impeach him by asking him questions about his pending federal case. Yes, and his most recent case here in Kenosha has a high degree of deception in it. So a case he was just sentenced on here in Kenosha involves him having made arrangements through the jail to have drugs delivered in the jail, and then when caught at that, recruiting a different inmate and continuing a similar operation with a different inmate, continuing the deception after being apprehended. So, so there are certainly issues of impeachment that I believe are going to be logical and would be allowed to cover. Mr.
One
Ahmad
simple but brilliant trick
is
to heat your home in 90 seconds and save thousands of dollars on your heating bill this week.
When I spoke to Mr. Ahmad today, and I think this is just an oversight by the defense, so I'm in no way trying to cast aspersion, but Mr. Ahmad indicated that.
Oh, this guy. For those of you on Rumble, we got 8 people watching over there. Dr. Pyrostein, I'm so sorry. I hit the end button yesterday and you had the whole chat filled up. So I'm going to try to pay better attention. I'm sorry. Let's just copy this on a separate browser and try to pay attention to it. Dr. Pyrostein, you know how much I appreciate your feedback, and I've been slacking. Rumble, you need to be a little bit more integratable, if you will, with the streaming platforms. Okay, continue with this guy.
The investigator report that they have generated that has been shared with us has not been something he, as counsel for Mr. McAtee, has received. So I'm causing that investigator report to be emailed to Mr. Ahmad this morning.
I just have no patience for Dingleberry. Good morning or good evening, Broken Baker. You've got a friend in the chat. She is half Danish. Pernilla. Do you know Pernilla? Pernilla Baker Pernilla. He lives in Denmark. He's also Danish. The only reason I can remember that is because he's a baker and a Danish is a baked good. I have not seen Jamie. We've only been on 25 minutes. So there's that. Okay, let's listen to the Dingleberry a little bit longer here.
And I have a summary of, and this is just a prosecutor summary of a number of jail calls of Mr. McAtee, which, again, this is just the prosecutor's opinion, but I think expose him to potential liability, depending on whether he says the same things that are in the investigator report. And so I've also sent that to Mr. Ahmad. But Judge, I guess the only thing I'm really trying to do is be sure that mechanically Mr. Ahmad is informed of what he should be doing, because he does have a calendar today. And if this witness were to go today, I mean, I could be the one who informs him if the court wishes me to. I just wasn't sure what the protocol was.
The reason I asked the questions that I did,
so you're both
he's subject to impeachment by fact and number of convictions. Generally not subject to impeachment for pending charges. And specific crimes not subject to impeachment, whether convicted or not, unless they relate to truth and veracity and are recent in time. And the importation of controlled substances into the jail would not ordinarily fit that picture.
Well, it'd be fraudulently done. So done in a way that, this is done by means of, and I'll preview that.
Fraudulent, I mean, to bring drugs into the jail, you would have to have some kind of.
It's not hidden under his arm or something like that. It's done through a deceptive practice, is what I'm suggesting.
Well, I'd have to hear you out.
I understand.
My point was, all this relates to whether we're going to break stride
just a little bit,
in order to accommodate Mr. Hamid's schedule. And so far, unless he's going to be asked about his pending federal charge, he's certainly welcome to have counsel, but whether he's entitled to counsel is another matter altogether.
Okay.
So if it's going to be any kind of a significant weight, I'm not terribly excited about it.
The only reason I'm bringing it up now is because I think Mr. Ahmad could be secured if he was given notice. So the only reason I bring it up this morning is so that we don't get to a point where we're there at 2:30 or 3. Again, I think there's a significant difference between the phone calls I'm hearing and the report from the investigator but that's just my opinion. And so either, if the court feels that he doesn't need any kind of counsel in those kind of moments, okay. So I don't want to do it. I'm just asking for any guidance the court wants to give me on what to do.
Judge, I'll be handling these witnesses. And I say witnesses because there's two, actually. And I walked in late, so I don't know if you talked about recalling Mr. Washington.
I didn't, but the subject was mentioned.
Okay.
It was talked about.
Okay. So that's happening. As to Mr. Ahmad, I called him weeks ago. There was long delays, but finally he said, yes, go ahead and interview Mr. McAtee. So we did. And that was very recently, like in the last week, I think. And so he was fully on notice about because he wanted to go visit Mr. McAtee before we interviewed, which is absolutely proper, and he did that. And then he said, go ahead and interview him, and we did, and we generated a report which flatly contradicts Mr. Washington's testimony, in addition to some other items, which I agree with Mr. Gravely. We should probably air out with the court before that testimony to make sure that we know the parameters. The whole jail call thing, I literally just got minutes ago. But from the summary I was given, it doesn't sound like there's going to be much there in terms of impeachment. But if there is, there is. But both of these, we've ridded both of these individuals. They're both queued up and ready to go. And I will call Mr. Ahmad myself to give him a heads up about, what time there might be if he wants to be here. Generally when I represent somebody that's testifying, I try and be there in court with them in case there's, anything that especially when they have a federal case. So I don't know how that's going to play out. We might not even get to it today, Judge.
If we
Given
keep talking about it, we won't.
Okay, well then I just wanted to heads up about like how this all played out. So
Okay, the bottom line is this. I'm certainly not in any way suggesting that Mr. Hamid would not want to be here, nor would I suggest that he shouldn't be here or that his client shouldn't want him here. That's all fine. The point is, sometimes Mr. Hamid is hard to get a hold of. And you referred to that yourself. I don't want, this jury has already been prevailed upon to a great extent, and I don't want to extend their stay here longer than necessary. So someone should call Mr. Hamid in the next hour or so and alert him to the fact that when and if his client is within about an hour to an hour and a half of testifying, he's going to get the call, and we're not going to wait. He has to get in his car and come. And also, as I indicated, unless there are unique circumstances, he can be impeached on the fact of, well, you know the rules.
We have
The fact and number of convictions.
we work with
In rare instances, pending charges. If there's any kind of a deal, then of course on the pending charges, deal in consideration of any testimony, which I assume is not the case, and then under 90608 for specific instances, if probative of truth and veracity, and the mere attempt or accomplishment of importation of drugs into the jail would ordinarily not suggest deceptiveness, but you might be right because you know about it and I don't. So, but unless it fits into the category of being probative of honesty or dishonesty and not remote in time, then that's not a subject of impeachment. So,
and if I could, Judge, if there's something in the possession of the state regarding whatever truth, veracity regarding this jail drug thing, we don't have that, and we would like that obviously as soon as possible if they intend to try and use that.
Yeah, I'm talking about the criminal complaint and so forth, but I'll provide any of those pieces of information to the defense, certainly.
okay. Anything else?
Yes, just more of a matter of business. I have a federal case that they need me to call in at 10:30. So I was just hoping, I know we're getting a later start, but if we take one of our 10-minute breaks at 10:30, so that I can have that phone call.
That should not be a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, we're ready.
I believe so.
Okay. When the federal date was set was
So
that was before this trial
it was
started?
before this trial, and
Okay,
the
you
trial's
can't say
being,
anything more.
yeah.
There are some people in all ranks of the judiciary, but federal judges are more susceptible to the temptation of thinking they can just make you appear before them,
Yeah.
even though you have other matters. And
No, and we were supposed to be set for trial, and so it's getting adjourned because of this going late.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem at all.
And
Thank you,
Judge, the court will recall Ms. Krazarek is going to do the electronic stuff that we're doing through Detective Korea, and then I'm going to take over. We're not going to do any intersection. There won't be a back and forth, and then I'm going to take over and talk about the investigative piece.
All right.
Okay?
I
Anything
have a better handle on electronics.
else? Oh, very good. All right. I'm going to call the jury. Let's continue with the state's case, Mr. Day. You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be
Remembering
the
to
truth,
swear this
the
witness
whole
in.
truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you
Double
God.
team on
Please be
Korea.
seated.
Buckle up, buttercups.
Detective, can you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Vicente Correa, Vicente, last name Correa.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with the Kenosha Police Department?
I was hired in January of 2001.
And what is your current rank at this time?
I am a detective assigned to the General Assignment Division.
And back on May 19th of 2020, were you also a detective at that time?
Yes.
And on that day, do you recall being assigned a case of a missing person of Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And were you in conjunction with other detectives? Were you one of the lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And as part of your role as one of the lead detectives, were you responsible for reviewing a lot of the documents, downloads, video that came in as part of this case?
I was.
And were you, in conjunction with other law enforcement, responsible for sending out warrants and subpoenas for all those records to be collected before you reviewed them?
I did, as well as others. Yeah.
And so as part of your investigation, when the defendant was taken into custody, were you aware that he had 2 phones that were taken into custody with him at that time?
I don't recall if I was notified immediately of that, but at some point, yes, I was.
And you've been in court, obviously. Were those the 2 phones that were shown to Ms. Beecham, the ANS flip phone, which previously was testified to being 262-689-3585? Was that one of the phones?
Yes.
And then the Moto G6 smartphone, which is 262-674-0529?
Yes.
And as part of this investigation, were those devices downloaded in the way that Officer Morton testified to yesterday?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the appearance of Celebrite reports that are generated as a part of those downloads?
Yes, I just want to back up to the previous question. The flip phone, I don't recall if that was actually like downloaded versus a manual download. I don't know if like a full type of extraction. I don't recall because of how old it was. I don't know if he was able to do a full extraction, so it was more of a manual type one, I believe.
So whatever download was able to be done was done on that flip phone?
Yes.
I'm going to approach the detective. Can you make sure that TV is on? You had good luck doing that the other day. Detective, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 315, which is a page from the Celebrate download of the ANS phone. Let me see. On this document, do you see on 2/12 of 2020 where it says an image was taken, image 2020-02-12 at 9:53:27?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you now what's States Exhibit 42. Was that this picture that was recovered from his ANS cell phone that we've shown multiple times during this trial?
Yeah, I'm going to make a comment about
I remember
this.
this one being on.
Yesterday, I had this rambling thought, And the more I think about it, I think I actually made a comment this morning on Discord. The more I think about it, the more suspicious this effing picture is. They've showed this picture how many times? Where did he do his laundry? It makes me believe they continue to show this because it's a picture of a shirt he probably left at Sadie's house when he was doing laundry. So they're going to use that to plant into the juror's mind that it had to have been the shirt he was wearing when he unalived Rosa Leo, the missing victim. This is getting up on the list with the bleach and the frickin' burner phone, in my view. Really don't want to start off crabby, but man.
Or this photo being on the ANS, I guess I can't say 100% that was the actual image number, but I do remember that coming from the ANS phone, yes.
Otherwise, why would they bring it up repetitively?
So we talked, as part of this case, there was also then the Motorola G6 phone that you previously testified about. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 311. State Exhibit 311, which is a Celebrate report from that phone showing that that Motorola G6 first had activity after being activated on March 1st of 2020. Is that consistent with your investigation in this case?
Yes.
So prior to March 1st of 2020, this phone did not have service to it at that point, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, fast forwarding to April 2nd of 2020, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 301.
Oh, that's the exact picture. That's the exact outfit she's wearing.
Was that 301? 301. Which are web history searches from the Motorola G6 phone starting April 2nd, 2020 at roughly 6:56 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is it accurate that that first search on the top at 6:56:28 is for Amber Connect Magnetic GPS item Tracker Black AMB 362XLG from Best Buy?
Yes.
And then roughly 13 seconds later, another search is done. Spy Mini GPS Tracking Finder Device Auto Car Pets Kids Motorcycle Tracker Track.
Yes.
Then roughly 30 seconds after that, GPS tracking car charger, USB charger, and tracker with live audio. Accurate?
Yes.
Then at 7:01, Qubit GPS tracker, micro-sized GPS tracker with live audio.
Yes.
Then another Qubit GPS tracker quarter JPEG, the picture.
Yes.
Then back to the Qubit GPS tracker, micro-sized GPS tracker with live audio.
Yes.
Then at 7:03, mobile 200 GPS tracker with extended battery and live audio monitoring.
Yes.
Then at roughly 6 minutes later, 5.5 minutes later, links up mini GPS tracker, GPS tracking system.
Yes.
Then at 7:10, magnetic mini GPS voice recorder for vehicle, car, person location.
Yes.
7:13 a.m., mini real-time portable GF07 tracking device, satellite positioning against the vehicle person, and other moving objects tracking at Walmart.com.
You say 713 or 14?
713.
713. Yes.
Then 714, Spark Nano 7 with magnetic water resistant case for car, truck, or fleet vehicle.
Yes.
And 714 a little later, mini real-time portable GF07 tracking device, satellite tracking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
715, 4G LTE Eon 4 long life GPS tracker for covert monitoring of teen drivers, kids, elderly, employees, asset, warehouse, tracks indoor and outdoor at Walmart.com.
Yes.
Page 3. 715, another Walmart.com tracker. Is that accurate?
Yes.
719, Moto Mini GPS tracker with 3 satellite positioning systems.
Yes.
Then 736, so about 17 minutes later, a website for top 10 best mini portable GPS trackers in 2020.
Yes.
Then 8 minutes later at 744, GPS tracker with voice monitoring, VJoy car GPS tracker.
Yes.
746, Wi-Fi Spy Mini Digital Voice Activated Recorder GPS Tracker Audio Recording Bug.
Yes.
748,
Salvador.
Spy Digital
totally
Voice
Pip.
Activated Recorder
Pip, pip,
Mini
cheerio.
Hidden Audio Recording Device, 16 or 32 gigabytes on eBay.
Yes.
And 751, Links Up Mini GPS Tracker Tracking System.
Yes.
Then 751, GPS Vehicle Tracking for Fleets and Assets.
Yes.
And then 753, Mini Camcorder Locator X009 GSM, and a whole bunch of other numbers.
Yeah.
And then 754, World's Longest Lasting GPS Spy Tracker at Walmart.
Yes.
Page 4. At 7:54 a.m., I got you GT 120 USB GPS travel and sport logger.
Yep.
7:55, 4G micro-size GPS tracker, GPS locator online real time.
Yep.
7:56, GPS tracking device, GPS location store.
Yes.
And then 7:58, original real time wireless listening device, mini activated recorder.
Yep.
And those searches all occurred on the defendant's G6 from 6:56 a.m. through 7:58 a.m.
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you ultimately end up subpoenaing records from Amazon regarding purchases the defendant may have made during this time period?
Yes.
And when you received those records, did you see one of note on April 2nd that you thought was
Judge,
relevant?
I'm going to object. I was not provided notice that these certified records would be introduced at trial. That was the subject of my motion in limine.
Hi, Kayla. We just got started. The first 20 minutes, I just rambled on. So you could fast forward.
So these are records subpoenaed from Amazon.
Right.
He's going to testify to the contents of the records that he subpoenaed from Amazon.
And I'm objecting because there's no way to authenticate these documents without certification and pursuant to the statute, and I can pull it up from my motion in limine, but it notes that if a party is intending on using certified records at a trial, that they're required to provide written notice of that and not received written notice that they intended to use these records. As the court's aware, the amount of...
Did you want to respond?
First of all, we believe we did give them notice, so we're checking that now from the prior time. But again, Judge, the court has had me read this stipulation a couple of times.
Sure.
These are
The objection she's raised is authenticated.
right, and we're indicating that foundation and authentication are one and the same in terms of a stipulation like this to indicate that there's a separate entity. If you stipulate and say the foundational requirements to have various sets of records are stipulated to, one of those would be, in some cases, authentication or certification, right? So we're indicating that.
I never had the issue before.
If I may, though.
Hold on, Judge, we have a document.
And Judge, in addition to that stipulation that was entered into by the parties prior to obviously this trial on March 11th of 2022, there was a document filed, amended states notice and intent to introduce certified records at trial, which listed U.S. Cellular, AT&T, all financial records, all Amazon records of the defendant's purchases, Microsoft Corporation emails records for the defendant's email address, Google email records for the defendant's email address, and there's 2 different email addresses we used, and then we added Verizon phone records for Mr. Gutierrez. So that is a document that was filed March 11th of 2022 with our notice of intent to use these certified documents.
And it also referred to them to indicate to them that the certifications were in the discovery that has been provided, which was a large hard drive.
I don't have that in my file for this particular trial, but the obviously it stands as being noticed, so I withdraw my objection.
Does the court want us to
No,
tell you where that document is?
the frequency with which these claims are made that discovery was not given is very concerning.
I didn't say
I'm not
discovery
singling you
wasn't
out. This
given.
happens in a lot of cases with a lot of lawyers. There were some cases some years ago, number of years ago,
His tone
quite a
is
few years ago, where there were some faulty information got sent up to the Court of Appeals from another proceeding in another court, and ever since, there are wild accusations that are made in here. If you didn't get something, you'd better be sure that you didn't get it.
Judge, that's why I said I stand corrected. That was filed a very long time ago, and I withdrew my.
To state. Go ahead.
You want me to repeat the question?
I believe it was if I got Amazon records.
Yes.
Yes, I subpoenaed
Irish.
Amazon for the records.
Hello.
And was there a purchase specifically on April 2nd that you thought was of note for your investigation?
Yes.
And what was that purchase on April 2nd, as best you can recall?
It was for 2 GPS tracker devices.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. So first, on the first page of this, here we have to zoom out. It's just this how the subscription info comes up for you regarding the records you were provided.
Yes, on the right side is just comes on Amazon. Right side is our case number. On the left side is on the top left their case number. Then the account information, the email address associated with that account, and then the purchases in the time frame, the address history as well.
And per your investigation, was this 6813 West Highland Road address associated with the defendant's residence at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this next page regarding order history. You see the one on the bottom that says Order 114-9178995-1834630.
Yeah.
And it has next to it quantity number 2.
Yes.
Does that then line up with the item description that's on this next page for that bottom one, titled Mini Real-Time GPS Tracker Car GPS Locator SMS/GSM/GPRS Network Tracker GSM listening device with voice activated adapter?
Yes.
And then this next page of the document, does that then have just the price that was paid for those 2 things?
Yes. Yes.
And then the order history on the bottom there, completed 4/2 of 2020, that's the ship date, correct?
Yes.
and it was being sent to that address in Mequon.
Yes.
Oops. I think the screen is.
Now, in terms of that piece of, or two pieces, excuse me, two tracking devices that were purchased on the defendant's Amazon and shipped to his residence, was that then consistent with what's on State's Exhibit 254, which was previously testified to by Ms. Beecham of what she found in the defendant's Amazon purchases?
Yeah.
And this also indicates two devices?
Yes, quantity two or so.
And do you see the delivery estimate date for this?
Yes.
And what is that?
Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 302. Web history from the Motorola G6
Hi, Mimsy.
phone of the
Welcome
defendants
back.
from starting April 19th
I hope you slept well.
of 2020. At 6:19 a.m., is that search for fitness and exercise equipment, best price guaranteed at Dick's?
Yes.
Then moving in.
Mimsy, doesn't look good that he purchased these GPSs, in my opinion. Receipts show it's in his name. And then above you, Lokang Express says, no proof Zach received 2 trackers. And I'm pretty sure yesterday he said they weren't even the same kind. Sean Bird, hello and welcome back. I hope your New Year's is off to a good start. You missed yesterday's marathon, and it was a shit show. Let's just say that. Nice to see you.
Into short while later, a similar.
I'm going to object for relevance as to Mr. Anderson's seemingly routine purchases back in April.
Goes to the allegation that he had a back problem that was impacting his ability to
a back
commit
problem?
this offense.
A back problem that maybe would have affected him unaliving the missing victim,
exercise equipment of
missing person. The back problem that, you know, he was searching for some spine and back clinic probably to make an appointment. The back problem that somehow he was able to, you know, unalive this person, wrap him up in a 5x7 rug, hoist him with his flip-flops on out the door into the minivan whilst shopping at Walmart with a white shirt on, clearly displayed. This is so horrible.
known nature, more or less likely along that line.
Defense has indicated through a couple of witness in cross that he had a back injury that caused him to be limited. We're indicating it did not cause him to be limited in the sense of being able to conduct or be interested in exercise equipment.
But some exercise equipment is considered therapeutic for
Sure.
unspecified back injuries.
Sure.
And Judge, this is also just a
With the cold back
search,
injuries.
like a web search.
Correct, and then we'll have the Amazon purchase of equipment as well.
Yeah, I just don't see how any of that's relevant.
Well, why don't we skip ahead and see what was purchased? Because there are things that you might employ to improve your back, or you might have things that would. They have things on TV that I could.
That you would call fitness equipment?
It's not
Okay.
be able to get up. I'll tell you that. But
I can move on.
Make sure to pay attention to the little breadcrumbs that Lakung Express is sprinkling in the chat. The tracker with Sean Morton yesterday morning was not the model purchased. The state says Zach doesn't have a back problem because he bought this equipment, but they want you to believe his back hurt by looking up the Mayo Clinic on the 18th. Mayo Clinic is here, a couple hours south. I think it was like, wasn't it like Alpine Spine or something? I don't know.
I'm showing you again States Exhibit 50 regarding Amazon purchase.
Sean Bird. Rosalia was approximately 6 foot 270, which is about my size. No, not fat. Picking up his dead body couldn't have. Okay, so, all right. So, Zachariah Anderson, when he was arrested, was around 6'1", 216, I believe. Rosalio, I've seen 6 foot and I've seen 6'2". I've seen 270, I've seen 280. But both his mother and I believe Sadie, the liar, testified that he had lost a tremendous amount of weight and was down to, about 220, 230 range at the time he disappeared. Conveniently, like right around the same time. Still, I mean, that crime scene, there was evidence on the outside of the door. There was evidence inside the door jamb. There was evidence splattered all over the dining room on all that Easter stuff. And there's that something had happened on that couch. Yet, a man who is known to pretty much wear flip-flops year-round, shows up at Walmart with a clean white shirt on and flip-flops. He's arrested in flip-flops and a shirt. Where's the frickin' flip-flops? And do they show any evidence on there? Did he have any other kind of shoes? Did they, take all of his shoes? Has it ever been alleged that the shoes that he normally wear were not found? No. Just that one shirt they continually, repetitively keep showing on the screen, which, if you've lived in the underbelly of the news world for a few years, is a big giant red flag in my book. They probably picked that picture because that shirt was probably at Sadie's house where he did his laundry, and then they just want to sprinkle the fact that it was destroyed. This is such bullshit. Sorry.
In your review of
angry,
Amazon records, did you also notice an order the defendant placed?
I think I'm also going to argue for this order as it being not relevant and speculative as far as why it was purchased, for whom it was purchased.
Okay, another thing that's on my list. Somehow Discord and OBS integrate. I'm not sure how, and I did notice yesterday when we were done, there's a wonderful string of text, you guys were talking together on that Discord string. That's genius. And I got to figure that out because you guys have so much things in here. Half Irish Soloman said they were looking at trackers because Soloman lent out his work van truck to workers. State never gave hypothesis in when and where he dumped the body, correct? Yeah, I don't think so. Zach bought a pull-down bar to strengthen his back. I bet he had one of those things where you flip upside down like a bat, too, to like decompress your back. Okay, I have horrible back problems. Horrible. Exacerbated by having the triplets. They were bad to begin with, or, the back. There's all kinds of things that you have. I mean, right over there, I can't reach it, is like a TENS EMS machine. I mean, when you have chronic back pain, you do whatever you can. They're just like making shit up. And another reason, in my opinion, this trial is kind of hard to follow is, number one, it seems like they jump all over the place with the timeline. That's my opinion. Number two, this attorney here couldn't speak in more of a monotone voice if she tried. It's not interesting to hear her, and I tune out. There's also evidence that there was none of Rosalio's blood found in Zach's sink or shower trap. That's how much they did to find Zach guilty and come up with nothing. Plus, on top of it, he's never found on any type of like street cam. I mean, he probably had his phone with him. Pull the friggin' cell phone records, see where he went. Pull up the friggin' videotapes of the cameras on the, security cameras along the way. They wanted you to think he dumped the body near Miss Williams' house. Yeah, Miss Williams, the lady he was doing work for. Yet it wasn't found. And how much resources were spent, I forget. The number of law enforcement agencies, dive teams, you name it, looking for this guy. They never found him. I'm telling you, that 2000 Mules movie, if you've not seen it, regarding like the geofencing technology and how close it gets people within 3 feet, just watch it for that factor. And this happened just a few months before that. The technology has to have been there.
Just not relevant.
I think that
And while I'm on a roll, another thing that really gets to me is this Gravely yesterday, so day 11, I think it was the beginning of day 11, he, Gravely, Dingleberry, said something to the effect of, the jurors, we've got an end in sight for you. We plan to be done in a few days. Basically saying, hang on tight, we're almost done. And then, implying that the defense should hurry up and get through it. How he's allowed to say that and not be reprimanded is disgusting. 7 months, and they had determined it would be an unsolvable missing person case. I mean, there's no doubt that, in my mind, that something happened to Rosalio. No doubt. But it certainly was not this man sitting at the defense table. I've seen nothing to prove that. Nothing. Granted, I'm an accountant. They can't tell how he was unalived. Was it a knife? Was it a nug? Was it strangulation? I mean, there was blood all over the place. The blood spatter guy, he, had his class, his coursework over a year after he investigated the scene. I mean, you would think they'd be able to say, oh, yes, this pattern here is indicative of, a nug wound, let's just say. Or this pattern here is indicative of some type of, sharp object or baseball bat. At the trial, I thought he might be alive somewhere, but now January 2024, I doubt it. No, I think something definitely happened to him there. And I also think there had to have been 2 people involved. There's no way. There's no way. Sal was in here. I don't know if he's still in here, but He was in the chat and described, I think it was New Year's, Christmas Eve, and he described his 75-pound German Shepherd that died and how hard it was to, lift the dog that was 75 pounds, having X amount of pounds, weighing. And he said he's like around Zachariah's size. Unless he went missing on his, I don't know. I mean, didn't they determine that the blood in there was tested to be his? That's a lot of. Where's his shoes? Rosalio didn't have any shoes. No keys. Yeah, Salvador's here. Yep, it was almost impossible. Unalived weight is more, yeah. And yet we're led to believe that not only did he carry a man out that was as big, if not bigger than him, with a bad back, no drag marks, no trail, if you will, out to his vehicle or down the sidewalk or anywhere. Also, who locked the door? I mean, was it locked on the inside? Well, they did say the screen. And another thing, oh my God, another thing yesterday, they were showing tracking his activity and what cell towers he was pinging off of. He pinged off a tower, I got to find it, at like 4:15 p.m. And then 1 minute later, Crime Stoppers gets a phone call saying there's a woman with dark hair outside Rosalio's house. I think this was the 18th, the mysterious day 18. There's that text message where Sadie's bestie asked her a question about Rosalio, and it's clearly deleted because her next question to Sadie is, oh, well, what about, I don't know, she had some word for Zachariah. So Sadie clearly answered it, and it's deleted. No sweat. I mean, he had a white shirt on. And you'd think, I mean, a bumper of a car, I mean, was his car cleaned in those 2 days? Is there any evidence that the outside of the vehicle was run through the car wash? I should look at the car. Nettie was last one at the crime scene. MC and Sadie were at the crime scene. In-depth investigation needed to be done on them first, but it wasn't done. I'm telling you, again, even if you don't have any issue with how the 2020 election was conducted, watch 2000 Mules just for the geofencing description, how it's pulled, how it's tracked, how accurate it is. It's on my Rumble channel if you can't find it. No sweat. I can't keep a white shirt clean for more than a minute. And all that work cleaning up and disposing of the body, and he doesn't delete the JR file from his computer. Another thing yesterday with the OA testifying that she came home from school, weird, because I'm pretty sure the kids did not go back to school that school year, 2020, from March 13th with the 2 weeks to slow the spread press conference. And I'm pretty sure they didn't go back until fall started. So how did she come home from school? How did that computer, she testified her mom and dad weren't home, but yet she was able to track Sadie. I don't know about you, but my computer, both of them, MacBook and PC, both go into sleep mode, and I don't even touch it. And when they wake back up, there's a PIN number or a password. Did they investigate whether or not when the computer went into sleep mode that you needed a password to open it? Did they investigate that the school was in session and she was actually at school that day? Question mark. There. Now I've had more rants.
It's something
You're seeing my dark side, if you will.
tackle with your trust in terms of the extent of the knowledge. Overall.
So as part of your search on Amazon, did you note
Overruled
a
again.
different order that had occurred? I'm just going to read the order number. 114-4694-393-4347465
She was tracking Sadie before
for a quantity
Zach
of 1.
lost her.
Is that
I gotta
accurate?
look back
Yes.
at that too.
I'm sorry, Counselor, we don't know what date at this point.
Right, I'm working there.
Okay.
I mean, if an accountant could come up with some compelling questions, you'd think the detectives would.
And on that second level, was it for a yes for all double D row handle cable attachment,
There's the murder
non-slip
weapon
handle,
right there.
and
The egg
360
separator
steel
2-pack.
swivel optional?
Yes.
FFS.
And according to these records, did that ship out on April 30th of 2020 via priority mail to the defendant's Highland Road address in Mequon?
Yes.
There's a tracking number for USPS. I bet you could find those. I gotta order cat food. Ooh, you're supposed to pick up cat food.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit
Put that on a
318.
separate list. Cat food.
Given the description as read out loud in court of double D handle cable attachment non-slip, is this appear to be
How
the
is this
item that was
effing
ordered on that
relevant?
date to the defendant's residence?
Yes.
How is this relevant? He just says for my back. You know, for those of you that go to the gym, you know, I forget what they're called. They're attached to the, what's your deal? And you pull it, that's the strength, and you pinch your back while you do it. I mean, what are they implying with that? Here, let's bring up the egg separator. I want to know more about that. That looks very suspicious. Such crap. There, now you've seen me angry.
Second, I'm next going to show you States Exhibit 303.
You know what I bet he also has? If he's seeing a spine therapist person, he's probably got those exercise bands, like the resistance bands. I have those. You're supposed to tie a knot in it. It does basically the same thing as that does. You tie a knot in it and then you like stick it in the door and shut the door so it doesn't go anywhere. And you use that also to do the same exercise. I bet he's got those. He probably used those too as a strangulation method. I hate this so much.
Which is web history from the Motorola G6 on April 22nd of 2020 at roughly starting at 7:34 a.m. At that time, does it appear the G6 is searching Facebook?
Yes.
And jumping down to this one here of 7:34 a.m., do you see where it says Reef Point Resort Facebook search?
Yeah.
And was that a location that, as part of your investigation, became a place you were familiar with being associated with any particular person in this
Did they
case?
pull his medical records
Yes, it was
to
a
confirm he goes to the
location where
doctor for his
Sadie Beecham
back?
would visit or would
To
go to.
corroborate his back thing? Did they bring the
So-
doctor up to testify?
Moving on to the next page, 4:22 at 7:35 a.m. Is that again a search for the Reef Point Resort Facebook search?
Yes.
And then at 7:36, another search
Oh, I
in that
missed
same
it.
general area.
Yeah.
7:37, same thing.
Yes.
And going down here at 4:22, does it appear that, I'm sorry, on 4:22 at 7:50, are the searches now appear to be specific people?
Yes.
So a Spencer Knodl, Knodl, a Dan, same last name, Stam Hagedorn, and then back to Dan Knodl.
Yes.
These are all searches on his phone.
Oh yeah, she does have a shirt with shoulder
Now moving on
cutouts.
to 4:22 at roughly
She's such a hussy.
7:51. Is he now searching Sadie Jane?
Yes, here's the next
Just watch
three.
now. I'll probably get
And who in this case's Facebook profile, if you know, was
yelled
Sadie
at.
Jane?
Sadie Beecham.
And then 7:52, there's some mobile uploads. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you guys remember what
Then
Ross
looking
did
at
for
Sadie
the...
Jane again. More mobile uploads.
Yes.
Well,
And then
Dan
looking at
Bongino
Sadie
does
Jane
the
again.
family-friendly middle finger
Before
double
looking at
barrel,
Dan Knodel again.
Yes.
And then the Reef Point Resort again.
where you use your
Yes.
two pointer fingers as a family-friendly middle finger. And then remember Ross on Friends did this. We can do that. There's got to be a GIF of that. Try to find it. Add it to the list. Oh my God.
Right now approaching with State Exhibit 306. Download from the Motorola G6 phone regarding installed applications. On 4/22 at roughly 4:15 p.m. installed on the G6, is there something called voice recorder?
Yes.
And on April 30th of 20 at 2:48 p.m., is there a installed application for Google Find My Device?
She took two
Yes.
vacations?
Why was the fact that a voice recorder had been installed on this phone relevant to your investigation?
There were accusations made by Ms. Beecham that she felt as though Mr. Anderson was listening in on her conversations, knowing what she was talking about, and tracking her as well.
And why was the fact that Google Find My Device, why was that relevant to your investigation for finding it on a Motorola G6?
There was a point where Ms. Beecham indicated that she had felt as though she was being tracked down to Kenosha.
And ultimately, were Google Find My Device snippets found on the MSI laptop?
Yeah.
And this was downloaded April 30th, that's accurate?
Yes.
And this phone had been activated March 1st?
Yes.
Pause. I'm trying to find where all this stuff is. I'm not quite there yet, but that's not where I need to. It doesn't matter. Here, look. This is not where we need to be, but I just saw this. This is April 25th. Sadie to Zach, you're not psychic. You're a stalker, and not a good one. I didn't say I was. Those types of things come to me mostly with separations. Stalk you? I'm not stalking you. Then he tries to call her. She doesn't answer. Then she calls him, and they talk on the phone for 1 hour, 45 minutes. Zach recorded the conversation? Are we going to be able to hear that? Question mark. Oh, man. For those of you that watched the Letitia Stout trial, remember all those phone calls with Al? Oh. Sadie, maybe you can plan some more time stalking me and taking pictures of me in the privacy of my home. And then, so after that phone call, last 1 hour, 45 minutes, so till like 4. 2 hours later, she texts him. And then 3 minutes later, Sadie to Rosalio. He took videos of us on the couch. Yada, 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 yada. God, I hate this woman. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Because I think I'd asked yesterday if there was any indication that he had stalked her. And was told that that didn't come out until after. Well, doesn't that show premeditation then? Question mark. Sadie was trying to have, no, I'm just speculating. Remember the whole break the legs conversation? Trying to put the pieces together in my brain. She was manipulating. God, okay, I just thought of something else. Wouldn't that be something if she was trying to plan, like Rosalio unaliving Zach, but then Rosalio had like some, because of his, alleged business dealings, coincidentally got unalived before he could do what he needed to do with Zach. Now that's just tinfoil hat. I know. I'm just talking out of my hiney. Zach didn't use Find My Phone app until
investigation did the evening of April 24th into the early morning hours of April 25th become.
This timeline is all over the place. How in the world can... No wonder nobody can... The website seems to be able to intertwine all of the information, put it in a fashion that's easy to understand. But it just seems like this goes all over the place. I don't know.
Relevant to portions of your
For
investigation.
those of us with attention issues as it is, this is kind of like torture.
During interviews with Sadie, as well as...
Amazing have an actual investigate. Yes.
The child?
And the daughter in common with the defendant and Ms. Beecham, they had both had indicated separately that at that night, Sadie had, Mr. Gutierrez was actually at her residence, and there was a point in time that night that her doorbell rang, which would have been the early morning hours, and she had observed a dark black vehicle that basically speed off from the residence. And she believed that that person was, or that vehicle belonged to Zachariah, or the defendant, sorry. And Olivia had also provided information.
Sorry, I'm going to try to do the side-by-side thing again. Just a minute.
To us on the evening of the 19th when we first interviewed her that she was with the defendant at that time, and they actually did go to the residence, look through the windows. They had a phone with them, and that the defendant was recording at that time.
I'm going to approach you with what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 307.
Here's the doorbell story. Pause. The front door is tucked back completely out of the sight line. Of the second driveway because the other attached unit jutting out so far, so it's impossible for OA to have seen Zach go ring the doorbell from the car. So here's the link to this page. Go. Now, Can somebody give me a hint on what day the doorbell thing is? I'll find it. All right, let's press play.
This is concerning phone contact between the defendant's ANS flip phone and his Motorola G6 phone, so between his two phones. Directing your attention to page 2 of this document, about halfway down. You see on April 25th of 2020 at 1:50 a.m., a text that comes through that is the following, and this is from his ANS phone to the Motorola G6, BACT26.
Yes. Excellent. Yeah.
And is that string of 6 characters relevant to this investigation?
Yeah, so that is the Colorado license plate, which was on the Ford track vehicle belonging to Mr. Gutierrez.
Let me pull up State Exhibit from State Exhibit 1, picture number 1.
Here's the other page. So those 2 links I just posted, one is to the unseen evidence. The second one is to the timeline that they're going over now. Oh, yeah.
Is that Mr. Gutierrez's truck?
Pause.
Yes.
Amazing Disgrace. Welcome back. It would be kind of cool if juries watched the trial the way we are now. Being able to cross-reference is so beneficial. I wish I would have thought of it the other day, because there's so much stuff on the website, and in my curiosity to watch the trial, I perused, but I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, I started doing the split screen thing and then dropping links. So anyway, welcome back. Amazing Disgrace.
And does the license plate reflect BACT26, consistent with the message between the defendant's phone?
Yes.
The problem is we can't get a full screen over here. The whole thing goes kaput. Although I just noticed the transcript is...
So I'm going to approach with State Exhibit 304.
Let's see if I can move this now. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I figure where I think I have to readjust that.
Just looking at starting
There's actually a better
April
way to
24th in the afternoon, are there a number of different searches on the defendant's Motorola G6 for the Find My Device tool that we previously talked about?
Yeah.
So going down to now 4:25 of 2020 in the early morning hours, 1:13 a.m. Is there a search for run a free license plate lookup and car plate number search on InfoTracer?
Yes.
There's then a search that's done for BA, looks like 7Y26.
Yes.
Then run a free license plate lookup search again on InfoTracker.
Yes.
Then on page 2 of this document, free Colorado license plate lookup.
Yes.
Did anyone in this case have a Colorado license plate that we should be interested in?
Mr. Gutierrez.
Then at 1:15 a.m., license plate record search.
Yes.
1:16 a.m., once again, free Colorado license plate lookup.
Yes.
And the search Colorado license plate for free. At
Yes.
1:16. Then reports for plate number, once again, it's VA7T26 in Colorado, United States.
Yes.
And then continued searches for Colorado license plate lookups.
Yes.
Then do we show on page 3 of this, or the third page of this document, at 1:18 a.m., Department of Revenue motor vehicles,
Yes.
couple of searches there, and then vehicle record searches, Department of Revenue.
Yes.
I think it's because the last few years of living in the underground, we try to debunk things, I guess, before they go bananas. We try to find things other people can't find. A lot of people were thinking he might get stalking Sadie if they believed all this junk that normal person do for no boyfriend in their kid's life. Yeah, so here's another thing, observation. I'm sure I've probably said this 1,000 times, but in that Wrongful podcast, which episode 5 drops tomorrow, and the final episode 6 drops on Thursday. I've said this a few times. That whole exchange, I believe they read on the Wrongful podcast, the text exchange between Rosalio and Sadie, where she's giving Zach his address, basically as like payback for Zach finding Rosalio's address, is so angry, and like the whole leg breaking thing is so angry. This woman, in my opinion, is unstable and has anger issues. You saw her yesterday when she was just asked some questions about is she sending signals to OA on the witness stand, and she turns her emotions on and off like a friggin' faucet. How would she react if she found out that this guy she'd been dating for a couple months, had 4 or 5 other hoes on the totem pole and she was the bottom rung? And that dark-haired woman spotted 1 minute after Zachariah's, tootling around in the car, pinging off of towers. Question mark. It was clear she and certainly Rosalio were not afraid. She did not start using that word until much later in the game. I never dreamt they would convict him for Rosalio stalking and murder. Like I said, even this whole nug conversation yesterday, I was threatened with the nug from OA. Jury gets excused. They argue for a while. The attorneys and the judge come back, tell the jurors after they've been sitting for a couple hours, wondering, speculating, I'm guessing, wherever they were, housed. Wonder what that was all about. You're telling me that the judge saying, yeah, just disregard? I don't buy it. Lynn, I have that same problem. Talk to text. Sadly, the jury didn't take any of this into consideration. OA's testimony finished him. Why didn't you, charge him with stalking? Fine, charge him with stalking. Show me where the evidence is for that, too. I'm really not seeing it. I'm seeing I don't know. I'm seeing a guy that seemed to be pretty happy with his life. Moving on. It's her. I still haven't gotten a straight answer from all of you people whether or not we have her complete cell phone record. I'm guessing no. Yeah, and he likely would have received time already served. They were bonding over poop talking, Zachariah. Or the booger talk, maybe? I don't believe he did, just saying that that's their main focus. It's just gross. He was happy and moving on, and that's why Sadie was so angry and miserable. Kayla, thank you. Like I said, they were dating for a couple months. I thought I heard, maybe it was a rumor, that he was just really not interested in her. And also, I'm pretty sure the Wrongful podcast, one of the first couple episodes had said something along the lines of, like, right mid-conversation, he just, like, changes the subject and talks about the weather. Completeness is a Soloman question. In all bold letters. That's another crumb. That Encyclopedia
Detective, as
Crown
part
likes
of this
to sprinkle.
investigation and going through the phones, were there also image results for some of these Google searches that he had been performing on that website?
There was.
So I'm first going to show you what's on States Exhibit 1, number 338. And is this a Colorado license plate lookup Google search that was recovered from his phone
Yes.
from the early morning hours of April 25th?
Yes.
I show you on the same States Exhibit number 339. It's another search that was done in the early morning hours to the specific Colorado DMV.
Yes.
For those of you in Fraser Crane mode, Kayla also reminded us we're not privy to a lot of that information because it could affect the appeal. I agree. They're good questions, though. Wait a minute.
Showing you
Maybe, just maybe, since the appeal process is it pending? Maybe something that Crime Spies here, group of fantastic people, will come up with that maybe will spark something. I'm saying those flip-flops, the flip-flops that he wore. Was he known to wear any other shoes? Do we still have these flip-flops? Were they tested? Wouldn't that exonerate him? You people are so wonderful. Know the safety of his children. A lot of the info on the website has been, oh my gosh, the website's fantastic. Again, here's the link we're at right now. You know, there's a lot of, I know my kids, I think in 11th grade, the girls all took a criminology test and they went over, you know, kind of the, you know, the standard ones, you know, overview, Dahmer, BTK, etc. And I'm pretty sure it was Sergeant Joe Giacalone. Joe Giacalone had an interview. I know for a fact it was a live stream with an interview of a lady who I'm not sure if she teaches at the university, but they go over some of these cold cases, which sparked, me suggesting that, when you look at some of these omnibus bills, if you will, the money that gets spent for, underwater basket weaving, grants that are given, wouldn't that be something if they get grant funding for appeals? I told him grant funding for, unsolved cases. Zach has told other FZA members that they never swabbed underneath his toenails. Well, and the minivan. Is there any evidence the minivan was washed through a car wash? Well, it was raining. But, if he would have put Rosalio in the back of that minivan with a bad back, I don't care who you are. If you take groceries in and out of the back of a, hatch, the hatch thing, you'd think that there'd been something stuck in, in a crevice somewhere. I still don't know the rainfall of the area. They're still in the state's evidence, the flip-flops. Test them. How many pairs of shoes did he have? Did they test all of his shoes? Or any of his shoes missing? And I'm still speculating, of course. Pretty positive the reason they keep using that selfie picture of him in that flannel jacket is because he was doing laundry and left it back at Sadie's house. She probably got rid of it. But they want to plant that in the jurors' heads. Oh, you must have burned it in the fire. That there was no evidence there was any smoke or freshly burned fiber. No fibers in the band match fibers from Rosalio's apartment. I also want to know what the minivan was, because I want to say the dimensions of the inside of that car. Actually, I think Lily's boyfriend is like 6'1", but much skinnier than Rosalio was. My son is like 6'2", and he's really skinny. But I'd like to compare that to the back of my SUV. And do a little test, if you will. Have Sam or Truman pretend to be unalive in the back of my SUV. Guarantee you, that little piece of carpet that was cut out, that's not big enough.
314
You went to fit.
is another Google search recovered from that G6.
I don't know. For those of you who are in charge of that Discord page, the free Zachariah Anderson Discord page, can you put like another tab, if you will, that says unanswered questions? Like I said, maybe, maybe someone will come up with something that you'll say, oh, I never thought of that. Oh, my goodness. It's terrible.
In the early morning hours of 4:25, was there this Google search for Eugene was typed in as Payerson?
Correct.
That returned results for a Eugene
Well, there is
Patterson.
a section
Yes.
already.
And in this investigation,
looked
was there
before I
anyone
said.
with the name Eugene Patterson
Writing it
that you
down.
found relevant for this to be a piece that you were interested in?
Yes, that was the stepfather of Mr. Gutierrez.
Call. That's another reason why, like, people who are maybe retired judges or retired
So showing you what's on State's Exhibit 1 as
detectives.
number 323.
I mean, can you imagine what they would come up with for ideas? That could have a
Was that search for that name
Yeah.
relevant given this document?
Yeah.
And what is this document or picture to the best of your knowledge?
So this was a photo that was taken from the ANS cellular phone, the flip phone, and you can see on my right the name of Eugene W. Patterson Jr. Along with signature, and then also on there is the address to Mr. Gutierrez.
And during your investigation in this case, was Mrs. Patterson
FAQs.
able to provide to you what she believed this full document?
I guess what I was kind of thinking of is UAQs, unanswered questions. Maybe. UAQs. For now, though, I'll put it there. "2005 Dodge Caravan should be the model." Oh, how did I know you would have that? You would think that they would have done like a,
Document to
reenactment.
be in respect to this case.
Is there any, remember with Murda, they had all of those like video animations? Did they do any sort of, like reenactment?
Yes.
How it would happen?
Show you what's previously
I
been
think the
marked
jurors were
as
confused.
States
I think the
225.
jurors were
Is this
told
a
things
copy
they
of what
should have never
Mrs.
heard.
Patterson
I
had
think the judge's
presented
bananas,
to you
orange.
as what would have been in Mr. Gutierrez's car during that time period?
It is. I don't know if it was provided directly to me, but ultimately, yes, I did see it and knew it was from her, which she had provided.
None. No reenactment, no nothing. It's disgusting and disgraceful and horrible.
Now I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 308.
You've lost my place here.
This is the video files that were observed on the defendant's phone, April 25th, 2020. Is that accurate to the best of your knowledge of what this document is?
Yes, the video files, yeah.
And the bottom four have been deleted, is that accurate?
Yes, upper right, you see the deleted column, and then the four on there are all marked. Yes, 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 yes.
And were video files with those same names later recovered on the MSI laptop, if you're aware?
They were.
So the four that have been deleted from here had been transferred to the MSI laptop?
Perhaps I don't recall specifically.
Now, the top two videos, you've been in court obviously this whole time. Were those the two videos that were then played for Ms. Beecham regarding the overnight hours of April 24th into the 25th?
Yes.
And those videos were recovered from the Motorola G6 phone?
Yes.
Damn it, I missed my cue. Damn. Hi, this way up. Welcome back.
Now I'm going to approach you with what was previously marked as which is marked as Defense Exhibit 297. Now, Detective, you were present in court yesterday when Officer Morton was testifying regarding this highlighted top one of which says timestamp of 4/26/20, 9:29:52 p.m., where it has the coordinates being at the defendant's residence.
Yes.
And obviously, there's no end time to this. Is that pretty clear there?
Yes.
So, in terms of the Officer Morton testified regarding location data versus physically being there, you were here for that?
Yes.
And so he said he couldn't actually say that that's where the phone physically was.
Correct.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 320. Which, I don't know. And so when Officer Morton testified, he talked about if you had looked up a location, it could give you a location, but you wouldn't necessarily be there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Gutierrez Jr., because these are from his phone, he had his location data on all the time.
Quite often, yeah.
And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 320, the second page. First, we will look at this one right here that says navigates. So that is the same coordinates that showed as Mr. Anderson, the defendant's residence, for just the time period of 9/29/52. Is that accurate?
Yes, and the addresses, I guess it'd be we have the coordinates,
Mm-hmm.
and then to the right of that, in that column, it says Highland Road,
Oh, Farrell's here.
6513, Michael, Wisconsin.
6813,
Hi,
actually.
68, sorry.
Farrell.
And below that it says
Listening,
source
going back
is
to
Waze.
sleep.
Yes.
What is Waze,
Thank you
to the
for
best of your
joining
knowledge?
us.
It's like a driving or a GPS type app, so you can punch in an address, and it's similar to like a Google Maps or that you use for traveling.
So if you were searching for an address in something such as Waze, that's a way you could search for a physical address.
Yes, you could use that app, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to direct your attention to the column below that, which gives a different set of coordinates than the one above it. Instead of 43, it's 42, and then it's slightly different in the negative 87 point whatever. As part of your investigation, did you run what those coordinates were, the one below that, which the time says it starts on 4/26/20 at roughly 6:55 p.m.?
That's correct.
And did you run those coordinates through the map program to figure out what that location was at 6:55:07 p.m. that night?
Yes, that was Mr. Gutierrez's address.
Okay. And so on the vast majority of these, except for the one above it, there's also an end time that's associated with the location data. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So on this one that we're talking about, where you've indicated number 7 there on the left, that those coordinates are Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Sorry, Carmen. Do you see that then there's an end time to that? So that the start time of that data says 4/26/20 at 6:55 p.m.
Yep.
And the end time says 4/27/2020 at 7:22 a.m.
Yep.
So in terms of your knowledge of cell phone downloads from 6:55 p.m. on the 26th through the end time of 7:22 a.m. on the 27th, where that phone located at Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
Based on what it says there, the source is the iOS location, which is the operating system of that cell phone, versus the source in the Waze, which is the app. I believe that the iOS location data shows that it's at the house during that time. Yes.
And when you say iOS location data, is that the operating system on an iPhone?
Yes.
And so is that the same data that's being used for all these other ones where it gives a start time and an end time of the location data? At least the ones we can see on the screen.
Yes.
So based on that, Mr. Gutierrez's phone was at his home the night of the 26th to the morning of the 27th.
The phone.
And
How many phones
now,
did he have?
obviously, you found that same address that we've just talked about, Mr. Anderson's address, in Mr. Gutierrez's phone in that way. So did you do any investigative steps in addition to figuring out that Mr. Gutierrez's physical phone was at his home to try to figure out if there was any way these two could have interacted?
During that time frame, I also looked at the ANS phone as well as the Moto G6 phone that we're calling here
Hello,
to find their
Moto.
location area. And in doing that and putting them in, it appeared as though the one of the phones was at a location out in Thiensville area, and then the other phone was about 9 miles to the west of that. And ultimately, during that time frame, the phones come back together in the Thiensville area, and then that's where they remain. So at no point did I was able to see that either of the phones associated with the defendant were actually at the same location.
Does anybody else find this very ew-worthy? 3:11 a.m. Rosalio and Sadie have a 3-hour FaceTime call. Okay,
Or on
I'm going to go get my
the
barf
address
bag.
when Mr. Gutierrez's phone indicated that that might be an address or location where he was at.
And who in this case was living in the Thiensville area, if you can recall?
Ms. Renberg,
And that,
Christine Renberg,
and who is that in relation to this case, since it's been a while since we heard from her?
the girlfriend of the defendant at the time.
So even independently of the iOS data saying Mr. Gutierrez was home, you were able to figure out in your programs that the defendant's 2 cell phones were not home that night.
In the Mequon area? Yes.
For those of you who are listening, for those of you in Fraser Crane mode, Feral Housewife, Kayla, I listened to 3 of the 4 Wrongful podcast episodes last night. I'll hit 4 tonight at work. Man, y'all did such a good job on it. Isn't it amazing how much information they packed into those each episode? I mean, it's done so beautifully. And, Farrell, when you're done with that, in the description box underneath this, equally marvelous are the 4 episodes that La Kong Express has on his YouTube channel. And, for those of you listening, episode 5 comes out tomorrow of the Wrongful podcast. At one of our breaks, we will play the teaser for that episode. And the final episode drops Thursday. So we get 2 episodes this week. And for those of you who are involved with the Wrongful podcast, that would be really neat if you guys could do like a end of season live stream if you wanted to on your YouTube channel, just to kind of go over anything. I don't know. Okay, so let's continue. I just get so confused. It seems like they ping pong all over the place. Now I can't find. They're talking about the evening of the 26th until the morning of the 27th.
Now, as part of your investigation, were you aware of allegations Ms. Beecham had made regarding a phone being planted in her vehicle on May 8th of 2020?
Oh, here's the Mayo Clinic.
Yes.
And in general, what were you aware of were the nature of those allegations?
She had thought that she was being tracked down to Mr. Gutierrez's residence that night.
Yeah, spread the word, share it with
So
everyone.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305.
Yes, it does deserve to be heard. Have you, oh, pause. Kayla, have you guys considered reaching out to Megyn Kelly? Because Liz Collin, well, I can ask Bob. Liz Collin and JC, the two people from the Fall of Minneapolis, they had an interview with her. She's an attorney. I'm not a gigantic Megyn Kelly fan. I mean, she's sort of grown on me over the years. She's a little too sensationalized, in my opinion. Hell no, she's a moron. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, she's got such a huge audience. She's only on, I want to say, the interwebs now. I mean, sometimes you have to dance with the devil to get what you want, to get your message out. I don't know. It's just an idea. Just an idea.
This is web search history for that Motorola G6.
Judge, I just have to step out to make that
Yeah, now that
phone call.
they're going to take a break here. The Fall of Minneapolis. So Liz Collin and JC. I know Liz's husband, Bob Kroll. And now that it's January, I've been kind of waiting to be a super gigantic pest. But I just wanted to get through the holidays before reaching out to them. So it's January 2nd. Maybe give them till tomorrow. And then it's gloves off. Professional pest. Yeah.
I think our break at this point. Please don't talk about the
she
case
doesn't
during
let-
the break. Rewatch or listen
Okay,
to any
well,
account of the trial.
Like I said. So Megyn Kelly. So if Steve Gosney would know how to get a hold of Megyn Kelly, like I said, sometimes you have to dance with the devil to get what you want. She has a huge audience. It would put eyeballs on the case. I don't know. I mean, you people are so well connected as it is. I only have my one connection here, but I don't know. Sometimes it's for the greater good if you do that. I guess is my point.
10 to 12 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, now is where we're going to pause for one moment. Pause. Studio mode. Let's do that. Oh, that's funny. All right, we're just going to pause for a moment. Top of your screen. Today is day 1,324 days since Zachariah has been incarcerated. It's about 3 years, 7.5 months. We looked this morning on the GiveSendGo website, and looks like since last night and this morning, they're $50 closer to their goal. As of when we started a couple hours ago, it's been 2 hours. They were $3,180 away from their goal. By the end of January, it's about $110 a day. So if we could share that message, the link is on the top of your screen now, but it's also in the description box underneath this video. Non-monetary ways you can contribute are simply sharing that link on your social media And also, there's a place where you can put prayers in for the family for justice. So I encourage you to do that. I'd also like to thank Wilhelmer Media for, I can't see it, for the audio remaster. Where did it go? Boy, it's really down. There it is. Wilhelmer Media, thank you so much. Kind of running out of space, but thank you so much. His link is in the bullet point number 1 underneath this video. And if you wouldn't mind, in your copious free time, take a moment to just go through the playlist, hit a thumbs up, and then fast forward to the next, or, just hit next. Thumbs up, next. Thumbs up, next. Make sure you're subscribed. I did notice the other day that he has remastered Eileen Warnes' testimony. Now, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think from what I've seen of those documentaries of her, I think her first unaliving was justified. That's my opinion. And I think that, what's the lady's name? Tyra, her girlfriend, kind of fueled the flame, you know what I mean, of the subsequent unalivings. And just, I don't know. I have a weird thing about her. I'm not condoning what she did by any means. Let's see. So this Rackets guy is that guy from Minnesota. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Chiquita. Once we settle down from production, we hope to have time to start reaching out to people more. Hi, Alicia, and welcome back. Happy January 2nd. Yeah, comments. I'm telling you, when you don the hat of a professional pest, it's very effective. Comments. He's been on with her many times, but he has stopped because he doesn't get enough time to talk. Yeah, she does. She will say Zach did it. I don't know. About a month ago when Fall of Minneapolis came out, I did a live stream just kind of going over Megyn Kelly's 1-hour interview with them. And then she also had Heather McDonald on at the end. She's a professor, author, writer, social advocate for, if there's anybody that knows minority neighborhoods and the effect that law enforcement has on them, it's Heather McDonald. And she's on at the very end showing that, they're the neighborhoods that are really getting hit hard with this whole Floyd incident. For those animals, yeah. I have socials, so that cuts me off at the knees as far as reaching out. Okay. Well, maybe we need to get you on X or something. Talk to anybody about Zach's case. My personal feelings doesn't matter when it comes to justice. Well, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like I said, I'm not a big, gigantic Megyn Kelly fan, but she does have a large audience. If we could get you to, Tucker Carlson or Glenn Beck, or Dateline, I don't know. Wait a minute. If Chrissy, my sister from another mister, is watching this now or in the future, which one of those Dateline people did you say I should tag on other true crime stories? Because he's very receptive. I think it's Josh Minkowitz. That guy. Talk to anybody about, okay, is aware and has promised, but nothing from him yet. Well, and again, today is January 2nd. I know, for me, I've waited until after the holidays and probably tomorrow. Every true camera, yeah. I mean, think about the people that have humongous audiences. I know Nick, the Swedish guy from Sweden, with Mr. Jingles. He knows Ian Runkle. Ian Runkle knows Emily D. Baker. Emily D. Baker knows Peter Tragos, lawyer you know. They know Rob, Law and Lumber. I'm not a fan. Those are all people, regardless of if you like them or not. Start pestering. They've got connections with those, they all interconnect. If you want true justice in this world, you gotta just put your feelings aside and march forward. Well, Candace Owens, she works for the Daily Wire now. She just did that 8-part documentary basically debunking making a murderer. It's called Convicting a Murderer. I found it on some sketchy website. I mean, those... I'm trying to think who else has fairly responsive that has a bigger audience. I'm going to ask Publicly Buzzed Steve. He sometimes checks in. He knows Bob Mata. Bob Mata is that defense attorney out of Illinois. And they have fairly new channels. I know Joe Giacalone responded to something I had sent out the other day about I'd really love you to check out this Wrongful podcast. And he hit it like a thumbs up. He also is really good at responding. Too high profile crime. Oh, wait a minute. Joe guy that's on HBO. Joe's got salt and pepper hair. One of my friends knows him, is a neighbor of his. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about, don't you? He's got that series. He's got kind of like he smoked a couple packs of heaters every day since he was 7. Like that real deep voice. Joe. Okay, I'll ask my friend. She's neighbors with him. I've reached out to 2 high-profile streamers here in England. Sean Atwood and Emma Kennedy have not heard back. I don't know who those people are. How about Gazella? She's actually liked, might have even retweeted some of my Twitter posts about this. She's always got 3,000 people on her live streams. She probably has done this, but she always responds back to me too. I'm just thinking who has larger audiences. And plus now with your podcast, 4 episodes, episode 5, 6, that's 6 hours of content that you took 17 days of trial and beautifully, masterfully put it into 6 1-hour episodes so people don't have time to watch the whole entire trial. They can go through that. This is just... Sharing and spreading the word is huge. Not everybody can donate their hard-earned money, and it's totally okay sharing the links and spreading the word to help. And prayers. God answers prayers. Joe Rogan, I don't know. I mean, he's impossible. Even like Russell Brand, big audience. Steven Crowder, big audience. I wouldn't even know how to get to them. I mean, unless you know somebody in like production, I don't know. And I know Liz Collin was just, the gal from the Fall of Minneapolis. She was just on Epic News. What do they call that? They have a series, American Thought Leaders. So, maybe we can get you in touch with Epic Times. You know who knows Johnny Depp? Larry, the DUI guy. Well, they don't know each other, but has Larry, the DUI guy, done an episode about this? He's practicing law. He doesn't do as much. I found him during Murdaugh. Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy, he's got a gigantic following. I have channeled him over here. He usually responds back to me too. He's got an international audience. You could do like a body language analysis. Plus, let's just admit it. Saying Jesus Enrique Rosas is kind of fun. I need something done before, and no one would help me, so eventually I had the governor of my state help me, all through phone calls. Just have to be persistent. Few things drive me to that level. I'm just telling you, professional pest is a fictitious occupation, but very effective. Who is on Twitter now? He started it. Oh, Johnny Depp. Talk to the governor of Wisconsin. We all wrote letters too, of course. Also, I don't have any connections, but Sean Duffy and what's her face, the married people. Who's like the, congressional people in that area that represent that area? Well, Sean Duffy, he was in the House, but now he's out. I think he just does. I think they have their own like podcast now. Get a reaction from the overload. Honestly, there's got to be a way to do, like some sort of, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Better than 1 hour of my, yep, be a series. All right. Well, like I said, I've been kind of waiting with Liz, Colin, and Bob to bug them. And I think holidays are done now. I think it's time. Well, and her, if you listen to Liz Collin on with Megyn Kelly, she says in that interview, the documentary could have been 6 hours. They got it down to about 2 hours. Oh, Candace left the Daily Wire. That's weird. That series just came out convicting a murderer. They all know each other, been following them. Evolved. Just keep reaching. Yeah, keep pestering. Yeah. I just don't know if Candace, she probably has like a secretary, social media person. But I mean, if you think of the people that have large true crime followings, I've mentioned already, those people are connected with bigger people. Bob Mata is on with, what's that guy's name? Vinny Vinny on News Nation or something. So, I mean, you just got to connect the dots, get somebody's attention. Bob Mata once in a while responds to me, but not very much. He's so busy, him and his wife. Oh, but nothing. But then he's very well. Also consider the fact that ever since we've gone down this journey, it's been the holidays. So people are busy with that. And then just now, today's the 2nd. If they were smart, they probably took today off to get caught up because they were probably hungover yesterday or tired. And so I think things are going to go back to normal by tomorrow, I would think. Some people take this whole week off. MLS knows Johnny Depp. David does. Well, why aren't we bugging him? Under duress. Z-Rag, I was yeah, Larry, yeah, they're busy with politics. All right, well, we've gone through some ideas. Let's get back to the video. Stefan popcorned planet and no reply. Well, like I said, the last couple weeks has been busy. Probably this week will be getting caught up on, getting back in the swing of things. But that's our mission. Yeah, I don't know. No Steph who knows Johnny Depp. I don't know. Is Johnny Depp really the person, do you think? The ultra nerd? Okay. Let's get back in action. Yeah, Mimsy summed it up.
Hey,
The Wrongful podcast is the most comprehensive to attach to request. Absolutely. Everybody,
As we broke, I was approaching
listen
with
to Mimsy.
305, the web history for the Moto G6 on May 8th.
That would be good to
And
put.
I believe you would testify that May 8th was the day that Ms. Beecham had indicated she had found a phone in her vehicle.
Pause. Each one of us in our own little way can come up with like a short, brief introduction pest so that they're not getting like the same thing, but then you can just send that to everybody and include the Wrongful podcast. Yes, Mimsy. Mimsy, you win best comment of the day. Best idea of the day. Make a list. Actually, on the Free Zachariah Anderson Discord page, there could be a list of people that you're pestering. So we're pestering the same people. And every day they open up their email to how many people are on that thing, all telling them to listen to the Wrongful podcast and contact these fine women. You could put it in a database, auto-generated. Auto-generated email every day to
she
a
felt that she was being tracked down
list.
to Kenosha, but yes, she also indicated that she had found a phone in her vehicle, yes.
And so looking at this web
I'm
history
gonna
here.
pause, rewind. I have to go get some water. I have the greatest idea. Find Zach. Not guilty, boom. I concur.
Moto G6 on May 8th. And I believe you would testify that May 8th was the day that Ms. Beecham had indicated she had found a phone in her vehicle.
I believe I had indicated that she felt that she was being tracked down to Kenosha, but yes, she also indicated that she had found a phone in her vehicle, yes.
And so looking at this web history here on May 8th, Is the last web history notation May 8th at 8:18 p.m. on that day? Is that the last one we see?
Yes.
And then is the next web history we have on this phone May 10th at 2:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that consistent with her reporting giving the phone back days later?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also subpoena records for email accounts of the defendants?
Yes.
And was one of those email accounts ZJAII@hotmail.com?
Yes.
Exhibit 48. Now, Detective, is this an email sent from the ZJAII@hotmail.com to a couple of parties, Kristen Ellingsworth and Mark Levice, about an address changed by the defendant saying, I need to update my contact information. Under the circumstances, I will be forced to change my residence. As of May 15th, my new address will be 2040 South 92nd.
I guess I'm going to object. I'm going to ask that this exhibit not be taken down for reasons that this is going into previously covered information that was previously ruled on.
I can't see it, so I don't know. I didn't hear what she was saying. What's the document?
It's an email from the defendant to some parties regarding a change of address. As you'll recall, and Andrew Schultz testified that the defendant was going to be using his address in name only, and that's the address. So it's just tying up those loose ends. I'm not going any further than that.
It's okay, if that's the extent of it.
That is the extent of it.
Okay.
Right.
So is that what is indicated on this email about a change in address as of May 15th?
Yes.
And is that 2040 South 92nd Street the same address Mr. Schultz provided when he testified at where he lived, and an address that the defendant was going to be using in name only?
I don't actually recall him giving an address, but he indicated that he was going to move in with them. Yes.
And obviously this says this would be the new address as of May 15th. When you interacted with the defendant on May 19th of 2020, where was he actually residing at that time?
In Mequon?
So not in West Dallas?
Correct.
Now, earlier in this case, the name Stephen Lenz came up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And who was Stephen Lenz in your investigation?
He was an associate of the defendant, and he resided, I guess it'd be like almost like kitty corner kind of from Miss Beecham.
From her residence?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as 317. 317.
I'm going to object to 317 on grounds that it contains hearsay.
Judge, I understand that the court doesn't love it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's between him and the defendant, and I'm more interested in how the defendant responds to the phone calls and the messages than the messages themselves.
Judge,
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
and although the state reports that it's not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, the state surely is going to be, Stephen Lenz hasn't testified. There's been allegations already about involvement between Mr. Anderson and Stephen Lenz. So I think that further makes it critical to not have this come in for reasons under hearsay.
Well, I've addressed before this idea that Which number on the left-hand column? Which number are you referring to?
Which number in total? May I approach, Judge? Because I
Yeah. Oh, you can't see it. Yeah. Well, some of it, I don't know how it would escape being classified as hearsay. Yeah, no, and that is, how many times have I addressed that during the trial? That's used as a Trojan horse by lawyers, and they either intentionally or otherwise, that really fits into their logic. But the problem is that it hauls a lot of hearsay into the record. It's usually irrelevant. Now, if what you're trying to offer is a statement of the accused, and it's necessary in order to give meaning to the statement attributed to the defendant, then it would be acceptable in that case. But you can't whisper to me that.
okay. So
What was the number on that one?
Detective, I'm showing you Celebrate reports from the defendant's ANS phone to the number 414-378-4935. Was that previously testified to being Mr. Lentz's phone number?
Yes.
And on May 11th of 2020, was there a 3 minute and 2 second phone call between the defendant's phone and Mr. Lentz's phone?
Yes.
And then on 5/12 at 1:54 p.m., was there a 33-second call between those two phones?
Yes.
And on 5/14 was 2020 at 7:33 p.m., was there an attempted call that wasn't answered?
So yes.
And on 5/14/2020 at 8:08 p.m., was there a 31 minute and 52-second phone call from the defendant to Mr. Lentz?
Yes.
And then on 5/16 of 2020 at 8:31 p.m., was there a text from the defendant to Mr. Lentz saying she got another vehicle in the driveway ?
Yes.
And then directly after that, at 8:37 p.m., so roughly 6 minutes later, is there a 6 minute and 43-second phone call between those two parties?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did the date of May 13th become relevant given what had been reported by Ms. Beecham as concerning behavior by the defendant?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the report to you that led you to investigate that day specifically?
Ms. Beecham indicated that she believed that the defendant had followed her to the Mr. Gutierrez's residence. Do you want me to continue or?
So I'll ask
Okay.
a follow-up question. So with that date in mind, did you spend time reviewing the phones to look at May 13th of the defendant's phones to see if there was anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 313. Showing you State's 313. Were these audio files that were recovered from the Motorola G6 phone of the defendants from May 13th, starting at 8:34 p.m.? I can zoom in further. 8:34 p.m.
Yes.
And were all of these files actually found deleted on the defendant's Moto G6?
Yes, based on the column there. Yes.
The far right column that says deleted all the way down?
Yes.
And what specifically about these audio files, were you able to recover these portions of the file?
I was able to listen to them. Yes, I didn't do the recovery.
Okay. In your review of the download, were you able to listen to a file called 10, 16, 18, 24, 32, 34, and 36?
Yes.
And what about these files jumped out at you given that date and what your investigation was regarding these specific audio files that had been deleted?
Based on those audio files, they appeared to be directions from some sort of a mapping application. So if you were to use a mapping application to get you from, in this case, I think it was from the Mequon area down to the Kenosha area, there's I guess in this case, I believe it was like a female's voice that tells you turn left, turn right, type thing. So that's what these audio clips were. And it was also consistent with the time frame that led down to the point at which Ms. Beecham ended up receiving a text that she believed to be the reason why she felt that she was being followed.
And in these clips, is it the full GPS guiding you down here, or is it just snippets of it that were able to be recovered?
They're just snippets.
Detective, I'm now going to play these snippets for you regarding these audio files recovered from that G6.
Those in Exhibit 1.
Guys, I will tell you the we're going to start with what's in States Exhibit 1, number 348.
Use the second from the left lane to turn left onto West Mecklin Road.
Unfortunately, it started before I had unmuted so I'm going to play it again. It's a 5-second clip.
Quarter mile, use the second from the left lane to turn left onto West Mecklin Road.
Now I'm going to play what it was, States Exhibit 1, number 349, which was audio file number 16 at 9:04 p.m. on the 13th.
Wait, did you say 14?
Quarter mile, merge onto I-41, I-94 East.
Next is States Exhibit 1, 350, recording that's called number 18 on the G6 from May 13th at 9:11 p.m. So when you talk about them not all being complete, is that one that kind of cuts off where you get kind of a snippet but nothing more?
It appears to be, yes.
Now this is States Exhibit 1, number 351, May 13th, 9:19 p.m.
Take the next left toward Wisconsin 31 South, then turn.
States Exhibit 1, 352, audio clip number 32, May 13th, 9:25 p.m.
The next left onto 12th Street, Summers Road.
States 1, number 353, from May 13th, 9:25 p.m.
You on 12th Street for 1 mile.
That one seemed to skip at the beginning. I'm just going to play that one again.
You on 12th Street for 1 mile.
And then States Exhibit 1, number 354, May 13th at 9:28
How is this
p.m.
incriminating?
Quarter mile, turn left onto 15th Street.
So, Detective, did those sound like the same
Bobby's
audio clips
back.
that you listened to from that Moto
Bobby.
G6?
Yes.
And what about those directions was relevant to your investigation that caused you to think that they had some sort of evidentiary worth?
Well, they appear to be directions that would be possibly coming from, I guess, the north, coming into the Kenosha area. I know that 12th Street is Highway E, which runs east and west. And 15th Street is the
Hi, Sarah.
Mr. Gutierrez lived at 3709 15th Street.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been shown as States Exhibit 1, number 323. You previously testified about it earlier today.
And Nick was here. If you're in Fraser Crane
You
mode,
previously
Nick,
testified that this was a
thanks
picture
for
that
the
was recovered
redirect
from the
yesterday.
ANS flip phone of the defendant. Is that accurate?
Extremely redundant and
Well,
cumulative.
Yes.
And when at best you can recall, or which day best you can recall, was this picture taken on that ANS flip phone?
I believe it was right around that time.
Right around what time?
Right around the 13th. I don't recall the exact date, but it was right in that general time frame.
So right around May 13th, this
Yes.
photo was taken?
Yes.
Now, the last audio clip I played for you was from 9:28 p.m. on the 13th that mentioned 15th Street. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you dates 289. Detective, do you recall this map being testified to by FBI agent Hannah Judd?
Yeah.
And what, in your recollection, does this map depict that is relevant to this investigation?
So on the far right side depicts where the bell tower is, and then it's basically opening up to an angle to be to the west. And then there's the address of 3709 15th Street, North Wisconsin, 53144, which is the residence of Mr. Gutierrez.
And does this map reflect that on May 13th of 2020 at roughly 9:34 p.m., the defendant's ANS flip phone was somewhere in that vector connected to that tower?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as states 209, which is text messages between, the defendant on his ANS phone and Miss Beecham from May 13th. So at 9:36 p.m. on May 13th, is that where we see the text? Is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch, with a question mark from the defendant to Miss Beecham?
Yeah.
And going back to this map of States Exhibit 289, the time frame of 9:36 p.m., is that close in proximity to this, what is a 9:34 p.m. phone call on the 13th that places his ANS phone in that vector?
Sorry.
Sure. So the message I just showed you came in at 9:36, or was sent at 9:36 p.m. roughly. Right. Is that close in time frame, 9:36 p.m. to this phone call at 9:34 p.m. on May 13th, 2020, that placed that same ANS phone in the vector, including Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
Yes.
We're going to approach with states 312.
Oh, a reminder, make sure your chat is on live chat at the top, not top chat. I thought I retimed all of my bot things.
312. Are these audio files recovered from the Moto G6 when the download was done? Let me zoom out here. Appear to be 8 of them in total, 7 on the first page, 1 on the second.
Yeah, they appear to be.
And in your review of this case, you had previously testified that there was a voice recording app installed on the phone in April of 2020.
Yep.
And in reviewing this case, were these calls, or sorry, not calls, but audio recordings listened to as part of the investigation?
I did.
And without getting into specifics, what in general was, I mean, who were on these calls? What were they essentially entailing, if you know?
They're primarily between Ms. Beecham and the defendant. Then also the daughter in comment was also in some of the calls as well. Not in the same call, but separate.
And so it was Ms. Beecham
And the defendant, and then also the defendant and the daughter in comment.
So it's combinations of those three parties being recorded during conversations?
Correct.
And ultimately, the top one looks like it had been deleted but recoverable. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then the rest of the 8 all appear not to have been deleted. Are there essentially date stamps of when these occurred, given what the file names are?
Yep, there are dates associated with them.
So, for instance, the top deleted one, it says 2020 05 08 13 47 54. Would that be May 8th, 2020 at 1:47 54, given military time?
It appears that would be the date, yes.
And so then we see audio recordings from May 13th, given that. It looks like audio recordings 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all from May 13th. Accurate?
Yes.
And do we also know that too, because on the right it says when things were created and the dates match?
Yes.
And then we have audio recordings number 6 and 7 on this page, both say May 14th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then this one says May 16th.
Yes.
And then I would ask, if we look at these records on the right-hand column, is there also a place where it shows created, modified, and accessed?
Yes.
So in looking at that second call, for instance, created on the 13th, but accessed on the 18th of May.
Yes.
And the third call was accessed on the 19th of May.
Yes.
Fourth call, same thing, created on the 13th, but somehow accessed on the 19th.
Yes.
The remaining calls on this also accessed on the 19th.
Yes.
I don't.
And same with that last call, or the last audio recording, accessed on the 19th, although it was created on the 16th.
Yes.
And were these recordings consistent with the recordings that Officer Morton testified about on the MSI laptop? I think he said there were like 3 dozen.
Yes.
In terms of parties involved.
Yes.
So during the search warrant of the defendant's home up in Mequon, do you recall a large amount of cash being located in an ottoman in a bag?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, image number 296.
Explain to me why in the world this large amount of cash is relevant to the unaliving of this guy.
Does that appear to be a picture of that large amount of cash that was recovered?
Yes. So I just want to, in case I misspoke, that was not part of this search, nor was that part of the actual counting of. We try not to get too many people around a large amount of money. But so my
viewing of this was through photos.
Right, as a case detective.
Yes.
And in total was just under $48,000.
Object to hearsay and speculation. He just said he didn't count the money.
Get away money.
Judge, it's collective knowledge of the investigation as the lead.
I'm assuming his passport was found like somewhere nearby. Did he have a valid passport?
I don't count it.
It already-
What's the source of his knowledge as to the amount?
This has already been testified to, Judge. Yeah, we're not. Yeah.
Maybe,
So we're-
but,
Okay, so
We'll
she-
do through.
I will withdraw the question. I'll move on. That's not paramount questioning here. Okay, so that ultimately, obviously it appears it's in a plastic bag or a
Yes.
gray bag. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 321. So is this a different angle of that bag where that money was located?
Yes.
And specifically
Hi,
on this
Jamie.
bag, can
Baker
you
was
see the
looking
name
for
Wells
you.
Fargo Bank?
Yes,
Wanted to
it's
know
on
if his
the,
boss was here.
in my
earlier.
right side. It found all this Wells Fargo bank number, and it provides a partial number.
And
For the record, I
I'm
hate
now going to
Wells
show
Fargo.
you State Exhibit 49. States 49. When you were looking through the defendant's email address, that same cjaii@hotmail.com, did you locate this receipt?
Yes.
And is this a transaction receipt from Wells Fargo Bank on May 15th of 2020 at roughly 3:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And how much cash was paid to the customer associated with this bank account?
$50,000.
And does it tell you the kind of currency that cash was dispersed in?
It's a loose currency, 20.
And in this case, was a large amount of the cash recovered in their 20s?
Based on the photos that I saw, yes.
And that transaction happened on May 15th at 3:38?
Yes.
Now, during your investigation, at some point, did it focus in on the late evening hours of May 17th of 2020 as a time you believe Mr. Gutierrez ultimately went missing, we'll say?
Did you say May 18th?
May 17th.
Oh, 17th, yeah.
And in knowing the relevant time frame that you believed based on your investigation, did you look at the cell phone records of the defendant to see where he had been at that time?
Yes.
And ultimately, was his ANS phone found to have been in the general?
This is the question. Was that taken out of like a saving or checking account? Was it some kind of like home equity loan or something? Like what kind of account was that $50,000 taken out of? And does it really matter? Hello, Ashley E. Welcome back. I hope you're having a beautiful day.
General area of his home.
We're back to this S show, if you will. It says bank account. So likely a savings account or a checking account. Because savings, you can only take it out how many times a year? Once a month or something?
Home during the late evening hours, we'll call it mid-afternoon to late evening hours of the.
I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm assuming it's on the website. Do we have his bank records showing a pattern or an unusual activity such as this? Or is this just something else that they're just hoping to introduce into the jury's minds as evidence, even though maybe it's probably not? Negative. We don't have his bank records.
17.
Well, there was a gap in the records. I believe at 9 or 11:19 p.m. The phone was that way, and then also I believe right around 6:30ish, 7 o'clock. But then there was a gap in time that I don't know personally where that was.
I'm approaching with states 316. I'm showing you the ANS phone records from May 17th. Of the defendant's phone. Oh, hold on, let me autofocus. So on,
This is 316, counsel?
yes, 316. So on May 17th at 7:34 p.m., does this phone make a call to someone in the phone as N civilian?
Yes.
For 23 seconds?
Yes.
And then the next thing with the phone, at 7:48 p.m. that day, there's a call from N civilian that's not answered. Is that accurate?
It appears so, yes.
And then at 8:13 p.m., there's a call again from N civilian that is not answered.
Correct.
Then at 8:45 p.m., there's a call from AZN shop that is not answered.
Correct.
Then at 8:47 p.m., there's a second call from AZN shop that is not answered.
Correct.
At 9:20 p.m., is there a text message from someone in the phone as Fry that says, "Get to keep the kiddos tonight?" ?
Yes.
And then at 10:31, is there another message from someone in the phone listed as Fry that says, "Whatever, going to bed?"
Yes.
And then at 11:19 p.m., do we have then affirmative action from the defendant's phone back to this Fry saying, "Fell asleep, sorry, missed afternoon nap"?
Yes.
So from the phone call that was to N civilian at 7:34 p.m. until the text message to Fry at 11:19 p.m., was there any activity regarding phone calls, text messages that were responded to by the defendant's phone during that almost 4-hour time period?
It doesn't appear so.
I don't know, this probably isn't relevant, but, and I haven't read all of these. This just here seems like I don't know. That just seems weird to me. Oops, sorry.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 309.
Like she's pushy or I don't know. Desperate.
Sorry. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 309 from the defendant's Moto G6.
I know we've covered this before. $452. Here it is. This is that one that the Wrongful podcast said. Like she's trying to push some kind of relationship here. And then he changes to the weather. Then they're done here at 4:52. And an hour and a half later, Rosalio to that lady, Facebook lady. What are your plans tonight? An hour and a half later. Sorry. I'm getting squirrely.
Are these a collection of Google searches that happened early that morning, starting at 4:18 a.m. on the 18th? Sorry, May 18th, 4:18 a.m. Were these searches?
Yes, they appear to be, yes.
Okay. And so there's a search at 4:18, another one at 4:18, one at 4:19, and one at 4:58 a.m. Is that all accurate?
Rain is crazy. Yeah, weather.
Then I'm going to show
Traffic.
you what is on stage. This is going to be on States Exhibit 1. It's going to be item number 340. And it's from May 18th at 4:18 a.m.
Remember what I said. Pay close attention to
Second, is that search for Lowe's
what Kong
hours
expresses, little
made
crumbs that he puts in. Keep in mind, if Zach left when he first stopped answering phone, he would have been alone because Rosalio was taking his children home.
on the defendant's Moto
Prior to his
G6
booty
phone
call.
at 4:18 a.m. on the 18th.
I
We
believe
have a
so.
weather thing. We have a traffic thing.
There was a search for Lowe's, I guess. Can I look at the document to compare it to the photo? So because I believe there's a thumbnail associated with each of the searches.
The thumbnail's not real clear, so I don't really know if this is going to help you, but
What are you showing so that you know what you're
States Exhibit 309, which is just a record of the searches with a tiny thumbnail. Heck, why don't I withdraw that question? I'll ask it a different way that doesn't require you to put on your bifocal.
Do we have Michael and Erica's address?
In the early morning hours of May 18th, where there are a series of searches on the
And
defendant's Moto
Rosalio
G6 phone.
X's address,
Yes.
3 minutes
And
from
what
okay.
were those searches looking for specifically that you can recall?
Store hours for general home improvement stores. I believe Walmart was on there, Menards, and then I believe Lowe's. I don't recall.
Was Home Depot also on there?
Home Depot, yes.
For those of you who live where there's a Menards, remember that guy with the white hair and the big teeth? That was always so energetic in the Menards commercials.
And you previously testified those searches happened between 4:18 a.m. and 4:58 a.m.
Yeah.
Also something that just popped in my head. I've talked about this with a couple people in the true crime community. I don't know how to use it, but you know, like for example, when something new happens and we're trying to figure things out, we're all kind of like going over the same information and then coming back to the table with the same information. Twitter Spaces is something I've said, you know, it'd be kind of handy, you know, as you talk about things and then an idea pops in your head and then, you know, converse. Likewise, those of you that have StreamYard or even Restream, you know, you can have up to 10 people on it at the same time. And I think I had said this, I don't know who, it doesn't matter, but you know, if you live stream those 10 people, I think this all happened with that Jesse McFadden thing. I asked a couple people, I'm like, you know, what we should do is go on some kind of live stream and then have, you know, however many people want to join it. And then you can share your link to your own channels. So your own channels are each watching. And like, think of the audience you'd have between all the people as you kind of like waffle through some of the questions and stuff. It's just more efficient, I think. But I know, stick that feather in your cap if you find that useful. God, there's just so much.
Now, ultimately, as part of this investigation, was Walmart video recovered from Saukville Walmart?
Yes.
And is that something, as part of being the case detective, that you reviewed as part of your investigation?
I did.
I'm going to play.
Deja vu all over again.
I'm only going to play a very small part. I'm not playing.
Are you
Judge
playing
makes
it yet?
they're funny.
So he can point out which vehicle is the defendant's in terms of his review of the video. It's
I think
going to
we've
be very brief. It's
established.
not going to be playing 20 minutes of watching them walk around the store.
The Walmart person, of course, is unable to say which vehicle matches that.
Okay. Excuse me for being.
You didn't want to watch the 27 minutes again of the video?
It's nice, you know, well, what I really want to do is move forward.
Can you borrow your pointer just so he can use at the screen and make this brief as possible? So detective, I'm going to play clip number 2, and I'm going to start it at just after 8:17 a.m. So if you could approach the TV screen and point out when the defendant's vehicle pulls into this lot. I'm going to start playing it now. So, did you just point to something, detective? Okay, so that dark.
Oh, very quickly, a lot.
And so that was the defendant's vehicle pulling into this parking lot?
Yes.
And then is that him exiting the vehicle now and heading towards? And obviously there appears to be some kind of obstructions on the camera lens itself. Is that water from rain in terms of making certain things look a little blurry?
Yeah, so it was raining out that day. As you can see, and it appears that there are raindrops or wetness, those blurry areas.
So, but that vehicle at the top left portion of the screen is the one that the defendant arrived in, that minivan?
Yes.
Detective John is in the house.
We're brief. That's all we needed to see.
Great, now my chat went 10 toes up. Detective John is in the chat. Or he was. Happy New Year, Detective John. Hey, a couple of the people from your New Year's Eve live stream were here yesterday, Summer and Teresa. And we may have played a 1-minute clip of the beginning of the cat fight. Welcome back, Detective John. While you are here, the Wrongful podcast, which is in the description box, the four episodes. Now, of course, this is not. The 4 episodes are uploaded. There's a sneak peek at episode 5, I think, which is being released tomorrow, and the final episode is being released Thursday. So all 6 episodes will be up. There are women in the chat that are part of the team that put that together. Kayla, Ashley, and Josie. And my chat just, died, of course. Here. Oops. Okay. And then, so if you don't have a chance to see what's going on with this trial, that's a really great way to keep up with what kind of a shit show this is, in my opinion. And also, Detective John, if you, in the back of your very smart cranium, could think of, we were just kind of brainstorming about 45 minutes ago. Feed is blurry. We were kind of brainstorming a little bit. Now I'm getting some kind of error here. Okay. We were kind of brainstorming a little bit, about who knows who. I know one of my friends is neighbors with Detective Joe. I think his last name starts with a K. He's got a series on like Oxygen or ID. I think he's on ID. So we're trying to figure out, oh, there, now it's working again. We're trying to figure out like ways in order for us to get this, at the very least, the podcast out, because in 6 hours, you pretty much get, yeah, Joe Kenda. Yes, my friend is neighbors with him. We're just trying to think of how we can be, get this in front of a larger audience, if that makes sense. As soon as I don't know what's going on with the stupid internet.
And for the record, that's on State's Exhibit 1, item number 322, clip number 2, roughly 8:17 a.m.
So if you could just rack your brain and figure out, are there people that you know that know bigger platforms? Yeah, and I'm getting the spins. Jeez, it's not one thing, it's another. There it goes. There it goes. Just a moment. You know, we've actually been doing pretty good the last couple of days without
Part of your
spins.
investigation,
I think it's YouTube.
did you have an
That's my
opportunity
opinion.
to go to the
Remember
Wood Creek
yesterday we had all
Apartments
the
with
audio
Miss
issues?
Macias in March of 2022?
Yeah.
And on this stuff, is this a map? And it states Exhibit 1, item number 320. Is this a map overview of the Wood Creek apartment complex?
See the spins? Kitten.
Yes.
And when you met with Ms. Macias back in March of 2022, which building did she indicate she had been parked in front of? And based on, you could probably stay up there. Does you have a handheld mic for him?
Oh, that's interesting. Now I'm finally able to read the...
So, can you point out that building that she was parked in front of again? And did she describe for you the different places in front of that building she parked?
Hi, Pixie. Good day, mate.
This general area, could go forward, could also pull right into this general area here.
And on this map, what is Mr. Gutierrez's actual apartment building that you went to the crime scene of on May 19th?
Right about.
Okay, well, I've added it to the list.
And when you were interviewing Ms. Macias regarding where she had parked, could you see that the side of the apartment building that Mr. Gutierrez lived on?
From where she indicated she had parked at this location, would not be able to see the front of the building. It was here. Obviously, this building would be covered as well. And if she parked here, would be looking kind of at this building here. So the only time she would have had a visual of this apartment would be this general area.
So when she was entering the general complex and driving to the building she stopped at?
She came in this way.
And just to orient us, because maps aren't my thing, that building where Mr. Gutierrez lived is obviously 4 apartments on the main floor, 4 on the second floor. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And which direction did his apartment face out? So is he facing that parking lot, or is he facing what I would assume to be south, towards that greenery?
So this is north, south, west. This apartment, the guys that are right about here, it faces the north on the.
You can step back over. Judge, did you want me to now begin to ask some questions?
Do I want what?
Should I begin now, or did you? What's
Well,
your?
no, I think probably best to take a break at this point.
Okay.
Please don't talk about the again during the break. Rewatch your list when you come to trial. And 1 o'clock, is that all right? Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you.
Okay, pause. Pause. Okay, this is the time to stretch your legs. I did just drop the link tree for the Wrongful podcast. Again, for those of you who are short on time. And with with the Apple podcast I use, you can jack up the speed too if you wanted to. Although those ladies pack so much information in, I would suggest not doing that. I've listened to the 4 episodes twice now. And I mean, this is just something else. Another thing I wanted to pop in there was the link to the site that has and I'm trying to, as we go along, I am trying to do the side-by-side screens yesterday and today as I find things, and I think that's helping too. All right, so this is the point of our presentation today, where we do this. Should we do it again? Why not? I noticed Detective John had said something about the cognitive impairment of the judge. Yeah, he fell down and went boom. I'm telling you what, yesterday the daughter testified. She was like just turning 12 at the time that this happened. And this trial happened, I think she was like 14 turning 15. Granted, we did a 12-hour live stream yesterday, but that was something else. I wanted to also put this up on the screen. Today is day 1,324 that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. There's the link also to the GiveSendGo. Stray had said there was another $50 donation made. So they've only got, out of 50,000, they've only got $3,130 left to go. By the end of the month, that's about $100 a day. So spread that. They also have non-monetary ways that you can contribute, meaning reaching out to your friends that are neighbors with Joe, the guy on IDE channel. I don't know why I didn't think of that till today. Reaching out to sharing on your social media links. And there's also a place that you can send your prayers. Those are meaningful. And, you know, the Sky Daddy, he listens and he answers them. All right, so we are about 2 hours in. 3.5 hours. You know, we're doing pretty good. 3.5 hours we've been on. There's more questions than answered questions. This is terrible. Don't forget the shop when you can purchase. Oh, yes. I have to do that, but I also have to order cat food. I still haven't ordered my daughter's snowboard. And, you know, various other things I need to do, but that's on my list. Still need a water heater. All right, well, it looks like my chat bubble thing is working. All right, so today is day 12. The lead detective, Vincente Correa, is testifying. Good day for Detective John to pop in. I wonder if he would have done it different. My guess is yes. Sorry if there's some
everyone.
snark.
Let's continue, Mr. Bigley.
Oops.
Thank you, Detective Korea. I just want to continue with just a couple of questions. So, back on May 19, 2020, were you an individual who was sometimes assigned cases that had possibilities of being homicides in terms of the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And can you indicate approximately how many detectives are involved in those kind of cases at the Kenosha Police Department back in May of 2020?
It all depends on the death investigation itself. So
I guess I mean in terms of being the major investigators of those cases. Does every detective in the bureau get those kind of cases, or are there just a few who are the major investigators when those cases come in?
I would say it gets spread out. We currently have a different system in place, but back in 2020, it wasn't a definitive, like this person's going to get all the death investigations or possible homicides. So I can't say specifically that, I would get them all type thing.
Okay, so on May 19th, 2020, were you one of the detectives assigned to play a larger role in the investigation?
Yes.
And then did other detectives and other members of the Kenosha Police Department play different roles that were not as significant?
Yes.
And did at least one detective play a very large role that is fairly equivalent to your own?
I believe two.
Two, and who were they?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Mark Offenberger.
Okay, and so is labor amongst you three detectives specifically divided in terms of the major tasks?
We try to divide it up. I guess to explain how in a major investigation would go is that within our system there has to be someone that's assigned the lead detective. So one of us would be given that title. In this particular incident, it was myself. But there are, in this case, there were, I would guesstimate, over the period of time, probably over a dozen detectives that were actually involved in it. Detective Anschutz and Offenberger were fairly involved like myself, so we kind of divided tasks up amongst ourselves. So it's something that we do as in general as a bureau to make other assignments to take some of that bulk of the investigation off of just one person.
Okay, and so again, very briefly, what were the varying roles of the three detectives who were specifically assigned in this case?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Offenberger did a lot of the interviews with other people. I did assist in some of the interviews, especially that first night. I was in and out of interviews with Sadie and then in and out of interview with Olivia. But during that time, because there was so much going on, I was also involved with writing the search warrants and briefings with our Detective Bureau administration as well as the District Attorney's Office.
And I believe you said within this case, your at least formal role was lead detective, even though the labor was divided.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so, again, without being lengthy about it, so the Detective Bureau has those roles, and then are there some patrol officers who also have roles in an investigation of this type? Very brief.
Yeah, so how a case would come in is the patrol officers would respond to a 911 call or a non-emergency call, and then based on their observations, they may contact their patrol supervision, and then that patrol supervisor would essentially contact the Detective Bureau supervisor and say, hey, this is what we have. We think we need the Detective Bureau to come out. They would also be involved with maintaining the scene. So the yellow tape that was portrayed in some of the images, they would remain on scene there as well. The evidence technicians are patrol officer positions as well. Yeah, and they would also assist maybe in other interviews that were so in this case, the other residents that were maybe within that, the 8 residences within this building at Wood Creek. So they would have partook in some of those interviews as well.
So you were present, I assume, and heard testimony about how the original officers on the scene have a very specific role, and then follow-up officers and detectives then have different roles. Did you agree with that testimony that we have had previously about that?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, about what time do you think you arrive at the address that we've talked so much about, Rosalio Gutierrez's address?
I would guess maybe around noon.
And when you get there, have there already been initial officers who did those early things that have been testified to previously?
Yes.
Do you know when you arrive that you will have a primary role, or is that only explained later in this case?
I know that I have a primary role as an investigator. However, as far as when we first respond to the scene, it's not immediately portrayed to us that, hey, Vinny, you're going to be the lead. Hey, you're going to do this. You're going to do this. It's kind of we'll get there. We'll meet with the on-scene officers. Hey, what happened? What did you see? Things of that nature. And then the bureau supervisor will essentially assign us roles. Hey, you're going to be the lead. You guys are going to, do whatever. So that's kind of how it works out.
So you arrive, and in general, who do you arrive with?
I arrived about the same time as Detective Anschutz. I believe at the time Detective Wilson may have been there. And then, oh, go ahead. And Sergeant Bandy was also.
Okay. Very briefly, I don't want a detailed explanation. What was the condition of the scene when you arrived?
It was what we would consider secured. So essentially, the officers had maintained that area so that no one could come and go outside of the residence.
Now, Detective, are you an individual who is now, when you arrive, going to make observations at the scene and allow those to educate what you do next in your investigation? Is that one of the things you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrive, what, if anything, can you say about whether it appears to be a violent scene and whether that focuses your investigation in any way?
I'm going to object to the term violent.
Go ahead.
So based on my initial observations of standing outside of the residence by the, would be the sliding door, when the
Oh, it's on. I'm just going to close YouTube and open it again because this is what happened last week. Or not last week, the other day. I betcha. Remember when I told you, well, some of you were here, and it said I didn't have an internet connection, but I did. Let's see what's happening on Rumble. I'm getting text messages from my kids. My son wants to make me a pizza. I'm starving. Now this internet thing is happening. Yep, look at this. So it's saying I don't have any connection. Oh wait, maybe. Let's just see. Out of kicks. Shits and giggles, if you will. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, I don't. It says I'm still connected. All right, let's just stare at each other for a moment, shall we? No dropped frames. Says it's still recording. Won't connect the chat. Phone is buzzing on my hand. Light is blue, not red.
We're giving away free Donald.
Go POTUS is talking, giving a commercial. And it's stuck. All right. Okay. All right, I'm going to give it a little bit more time here. Talk amongst yourselves. Wait. Oh. Okay, I'm looking at myself, looking at my phone. Try this again. So we're still connected. Looking at my phone. See, yesterday I said, oh, you notice we haven't had the spins for a while and I knocked on some wood. Never put that stuff out into the internet. Or the, just bad juju comes back. I don't know what the heck this is. I'm in a foul mood. This trial has put me in a foul mood. Okay, here we go. Foul mood, which is a perfect word because of Dingleberry and his chicken arm. Two-step verification. Yes, it is me. For those of you who are internet people or computer people, or if Mark is listening or watching, maybe you can decipher what this is. We were going pretty good for a few days there. Now it's stuck again. Now it's back again. Now I don't even know where the heck we were. Sorry, I'm in a bad mood. This injustice has put me over the edge. Now you've seen my dark side. Back up, here we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, my FFS. Oh, we were at like the 2-hour mark. Mark, I need your help. 2 hours. Now there's banging on my door.
Before.
We were in this vicinity.
When you met with Ms. Macias back in March of 2022, which building did she indicate she had been parked in front of? And based on, you could probably stay up there. Do you have a handheld mic for him?
Although I did notice when I was downstairs and you people were in my
Can you point out that building that you
kitchen?
parked in front of again? And did she describe for you the different places in front of that building she parked?
I don't know.
So she had pulled up
Maybe I'm just saying poop and I don't know what I'm doing.
Forward, could also pull right into this general area here.
And on this map, what is Mr. Gutierrez's actual apartment building that you went to the crime scene of on May 19th?
Right about here.
And when you were interviewing Ms. Macias regarding where she had parked, could you see that the side of the apartment building that Mr. Gutierrez lived on?
So from where she indicated she had parked at this location, would not be able to see the front of the building. It was here. Obviously, this building would be covered as well. And if she parked here, would be looking kind of at this building here. So the only time she would have had a visual of this apartment would be this general area.
So when she was entering the general
this apartment
complex and driving to the building she stopped at?
She came in this way.
And just to orient us, because maps aren't my thing, that building where Mr. Gutierrez lived, it's obviously 4 apartments on the main floor, 4 on the second floor. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And which direction did his apartment face out? So is he facing that parking lot, or is he facing what I would assume to be south, towards that greenery?
So this is north, south, west. This apartment is, like I said, right about here. It faces the north on 50.
What time does he work until? Question mark.
You can step back over. Judge, did you want me to now begin to ask a question?
Do I want what?
Should I begin now, or did you? What's
Well,
your?
no, I think probably it's best to take a break at this point.
Okay.
Please don't talk about again during the break. Rewatch your trial. And 1 o'clock, is that all right? Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you.
Where's my screaming goat?
Good afternoon.
Okay, now I got the chat window working again. Email Nettie sent to Korea. It's at okay. Writing it down. Honest to goodness here. Let's see. Pen. I have a whole page of notes for La Kong Express, and this notebook is not working. Two more days of testimony. So what you're saying is after this detective, site has been changed for official evidence, go to the electronic, then Nerdia. KK, as the young folks say. So we have what, 3 hours left here, 8 hours, 11 hours. So 11 hours of testimony left. God. We should add up all of these hours. See how, look at this. 10, 15, 20 and a half, 24, 29, 34 and a half, call it 40, 51, 51 hours the prosecution has, and what the defense is 7 hours, question mark. I might want to be alone if I watch sentencing. Well, I have to watch sentencing with you people. Are you saying I'm going to cry? It's probably possible. And it's not pretty. I get the red nose thing. Chain of custody. Just got home. Who's on the stand? Have you watched this trial before? Question mark. It is the lead detective, Vincente Correa. Sentencing was heart-wrenching to watch. Well, I do have Kleenex and I can shut off my camera. What do you mean, you people? I don't know. All right, so I watched it in real time. I think I watched the verdict actually, but that wasn't very. This has been a rewatch for me. Oh, see, the man who had the evidence of another suspect on May 20. Okay, I'm getting back to that. I really need to just press play, don't I? Before the whole works crashes and burns on me again. Oh, but before we do, let's do this. And again, if you're in Frasier mode and you heard it and are running back to your mobile device, this is for you. There. That makes me laugh.
Everyone, let's continue.
This
Mr.
child does
Gravely.
not. Makes me want to throw things.
Thank you,
and
Detective
act in a
Korea. I just want to
violent
continue
manner.
with just a couple of questions. So, back on May 19, 2020, were you an individual who was sometimes assigned cases that had possibilities of being homicides in terms of the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And can you indicate approximately how many detectives are involved in those kind of cases at the Kenosha Police Department back in May of 2020?
It all depends on the death investigation itself. So
I guess I mean in terms of being the major investigators of those cases. Does every detective in the Bureau get those kind of cases, or are there just a few who are the major investigators when those cases come in?
I would say it gets spread out. We currently have a different system in place, but back in 2020, it wasn't a definitive, like this person's going to get all the death investigations or possible homicides. So I can't say specifically that, I would get them all type thing.
Okay, so on May 19th, 2020, were you one of the detectives assigned to play a larger role in the investigation?
Yes.
And then did other detectives and other members of the Kenosha Police Department play different roles that were not as significant?
Yes.
And did at least one detective play a very large role that is fairly equivalent to your own?
I believe two.
Two, and who were they?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Mark Offenberger.
Okay, and so is labor amongst you three detectives specifically divided in terms of the major tasks?
We try to divide it up. I guess to explain how in a major investigation would go is that within our system there has to be someone that's assigned the lead detective. So one of us would be given that title. In this particular incident, it was myself. But there are, in this case, there were, I would guesstimate, over the period of time, probably over a dozen detectives that were actually involved in it. Detective Anschutz and Offenberger were fairly involved like myself, so we kind of divided tasks up amongst ourselves. So it's something that we do as in general as a bureau to make other assignments to take some of that bulk of the investigation off of just one person.
Okay, and so again, very briefly, what were the varying roles of the three detectives who were specifically assigned in this case?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Offenberger did a lot of the interviews with other people. I did assist in some of the interviews, especially that first night. I was in and out of interviews with Sadie, and then in and out of interview with Olivia. But during that time, because there was so much going on, I was also involved with writing the search warrants and briefings with our Detective Bureau administration as well as the District Attorney's Office.
And I believe you said within this case, your at least formal role was lead detective, even though the labor was divided.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so, again, without being lengthy about it, so the Detective Bureau has those roles, and then are there some patrol officers who also have roles in an investigation of this type? Very brief.
Yeah, so how a case would come in is the patrol officers would respond to a 911 call or a non-emergency call, and then based on their observations, they may contact their patrol supervision, and then that patrol supervisor would essentially contact the Detective Bureau supervisor and say, hey, this is what we have. We think we need the Detective Bureau to come out. They would also be involved with maintaining the scene, so the yellow tape that was portrayed in some of the images, they would remain on scene there as well. The evidence technicians are patrol officer positions as well.
I'm assuming order pickup.
Yeah, and they would also assist maybe in other interviews that were so in this case, the other residents that were maybe within that, the 8 residences within this building at Wood Creek, so they would have partook in some of those interviews as well.
So you were present, I assume, and heard testimony about how the original officers on the scene have a very specific role, and then follow-up officers and detectives then have different roles. Did you agree with that testimony that we have had previously about that?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, about what time do you think you arrive at the address that we've talked so much about, Rosalio Gutierrez's address?
I would guess maybe around noon.
And when you get there, have there already been initial officers who did those early things that have been testified to previously?
Yes.
Do you know when you arrive that you will have a primary role, or is that only explained later in this case?
I know that I'll have a primary role as an investigator. However, as far as when we first respond to the scene, it's not immediately portrayed to us that, hey, Vinny, you're going to be the lead. Hey, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. It's kind of, we'll get there, we'll meet with the on-scene officers. Hey, what happened? What did you see? Things of that nature. And then the bureau supervisor will essentially assign us roles. Hey, you're going to be the lead. You guys are going to, do whatever. So that's kind of how it works out.
So you arrive, and in general, who do you arrive with?
I arrived about the same time as Detective Anschutz. I believe at the time Detective Wilson may have been there. And then, okay. Oh, go ahead. And Sergeant Bandy was also.
Okay. Very briefly, I don't want a detailed explanation. What was the condition of the scene when you arrived?
It was what we would consider secured. So essentially the officers had maintained that area so that no one could come and go outside of the residence.
Now, Detective, are you an individual who is now, when you arrive, going to make observations at the scene and allow those to educate what you do next in your investigation? Is that one of the things you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrive, what, if anything, can you say about whether it appears to be a violent scene and whether that focuses your investigation in any way?
I'm going to object to the term violent.
Go ahead.
So based on my initial observations of standing outside of the residence by the, would be the sliding door, when the images that you had seen, is there appeared to be a lot of blood based on the officers indicating that there was nobody located inside the residence. It became apparent that we were, initially looking for a missing person who was either deceased and or severely injured.
And so does that sort of scene indicate to you you're not only looking for the individual who would reside there, but you also are starting to think, okay, I'm going to be looking for suspects? Is that what that scene provides you in terms of information as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about as you're walking through the scene. Are those the kind of things you begin to focus on?
Yes.
So at some point, do you get to focus on the hallway, the outer hallway?
Yes.
And do you make any observations that cause you to think about whether any suspects would be people known to a resident of that place as opposed to not known? Are there any, and again, I'm not saying you're an expert. I'm just saying, did you make observations that would then cause you to take certain steps?
Yes.
Okay, so what were they?
First was that the door was locked. So there would be no entry. Somebody couldn't come from the hallway into the apartment. There was no immediate signs of forced entry, meaning that somebody kicked the door open or somehow forced that door open. And then basically somebody would have had to been inside to lock the door and or have the key to lock that door from the outside. And then with the sliding patio door open, it's indicated that the person or people may have left out of that door.
Is there anything else about, first of all, when you go into the hallway, do you see something that you think, based on your experience, is meaningful in the hallway?
Yeah, so right alongside the door, there was what appeared to be a dry reddish substance, which was consistent with the appearance of blood that was on the wall, the door, and then to the right by the mailbox area.
Were you present at some point when that door was opened into the apartment from the hallway?
I was.
And did anything additional when that door was opened cause you to be focused on whether anyone who was causing damage to another individual would know or not know the person that they were involved in the hallway or by the hallway? Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
I'll try to answer it. It appeared as though that had somebody knocked at that door, the person would have opened the door. So whether or not they knew him or not, I can't say that specifically. But definitely the person from inside had opened that door to the outside.
All right. So when you survey the interior scene, are there some rooms that appear to you to be unaffected by your observations in other places? So in other words, if you see blood or other things, are there some rooms that do not appear to be impacted as best you can tell?
Yeah, so the hallway that led to the bathroom and then the bedroom, which would be on the west side of the apartment area, there did not appear to be apparent blood or tracks or anything of that nature in those rooms.
So what were the rooms that appeared to be a place you should be focused?
The main living room, I guess it would be considered like a dining section area, and then the kitchen area.
And within some area of this, was there any area within the interior of that apartment where you observed there to be something that was at least a partial foot imprint?
Yes.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department, was there a determination made about what was the likely source of that footprint?
I'm going to object as far as foundation as to where this footprint was. There were multiple footprints on scene.
Sounds like that would be the subject of cross, but you think it's too vague?
I think it's too vague.
Okay, so I'm talking about in the interior of the apartment. Did you see anything that would cause you to be, that was of interest in terms of being a footprint?
Yeah, so almost in the centralized area, there was a large pooling of blood on the carpet. And within that carpet, there appeared to be a foot impression.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department that you were a coordinator of, was it determined who or what group would be the likely source of that footprint?
It was.
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
I don't.
He's asking him from a standpoint of a police investigation, and he says likely. So I think the jury probably understands this does not prove what his conclusion was or what his opinion was. So the objection's overruled.
Please go ahead and answer.
We were not able to determine who the likely source of that footprint was. Majority of the time, our initial officers on scene, when they get to something like that, if at all costs they're able to, we try to have them not walk through something, but we weren't able to determine if it was one of the officers there or if it was there prior to the officers.
Well, you did have officers say that they had that it had been wet and that they had walked through the scene. You did have officers say
Correct.
that. And was that the first group of officers who came in?
Yes.
So do you agree or disagree with the choice based on the blood on this scene for them to go through the residence quickly as opposed to worry about their footprint?
Yeah, they could have, yes.
Okay. And is that a decision you think is a poor decision by them?
Not necessarily, because their main focus at that time is to determine if there are injured people or other people in the residence.
All right. So officers admitted they walked in and made footprints, correct?
Object as far as hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So yes, the officers would have walked in to the residence. Yeah.
Okay. So did you hear that in the testimony, I believe, of Officer Van Wee, that there was a flattened glove, like a latex type glove, that was near the threshold of the bathroom? Did you hear that in Van Wee's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, again, as an investigator, believe you know the origin of that glove? And if so, what is it?
So at the time, we had believed that it was possibly one of the initial officers that initially responded in there. Oftentimes they use their personal protective equipment when they go to respond to a scene like that or when they enter a scene like that. So we believed that was one of the officers that maybe had taken the gloves off and or dropped out of their pocket at some point. My understanding in speaking with Officer Van Wee was that there were no immediate signs of blood on the gloves and nothing. It was kind of out of place where it was right in the middle of a doorway leading to the bathroom area. So, yes.
You saw pictures displayed, I think, a couple of times during this case so far of a pizza box in the apartment of Rosalio Gutierrez, and it had some kind of receipt on the top of the box. Did you see that a couple of times come up as an exhibit?
Yes.
Do you recall that pizza box being at this location?
I do.
And what, if any, investigation are you aware of that was done regarding the pizza box?
Nothing.
So on the pizza box, there was a receipt on there. On the receipt was an address for Mr. Gutierrez.
What time?
And as well as his name, and I believe a phone number was on there as well. There was also, I guess what I would describe as like a description of the pizza as well as a price on
Did it
there.
have pineapple on it?
There was no name of a pizza company, and the box did not have the name of a pizza company as well.
Why did they not have that on the receipt?
I don't recall the officer that was specifically assigned to it, but there were efforts made to try to determine if there was a pizza delivered within the past couple of days, and it was determined we weren't able to determine if there was or wasn't at that time.
How many slices were left? Did you get photographic evidence?
Officer, I want to turn your attention to the time period of May 17th through the day you arrived at this residence
already
on May 19th. How was the weather those 3 days, if it was the same, or if the weather changed dramatically? Please describe the weather May 17th from the evening hours through May 19th when you arrived on the scene.
So I believe when I did a check on through the National Weather Service, the Kenosha area had received approximately 4 to 5 inches of rain over the course of those.
How many?
Would be 3
4 to
days.
5?
You recall what the Milwaukee area had?
The Milwaukee area actually had more. I believe it was in the 6 to 7 inches of rain range.
And that was over that essentially a little more than 48 hours?
I believe I had checked from the 16th to the 19th, so.
Okay.
No, doesn't the Weather Service have like by hour how much rain fell in the area? So you could see, at the suspected time that Zachariah Anderson, with his bad back, managed to drive over an hour away, unalive someone in a scene that started at the front door with blood on the door and the door jamb. So the door was open into the dining room, into the living room. A man that was approximately the same size as him, which I find interesting because he was 270, 280 pounds and, just happened to have whittled away enough weight to get down to approximately the same size. Nonetheless, in flip-flops, unalived someone, rolled him up in a 5x7-inch piece of rug, in a white shirt and flip-flops, and get all the way back to his house. I call bullshit.
72.
Thank you.
The receipt was handwritten and it's one of those like Mel's Diner kind of receipt.
Overall,
Didn't they go to the pizza place and ask to talk to the people that were working there that day? Couldn't they find out how many pizza places was it delivered? Did it say that on the receipt? Probably, because it was during the Rona. How many pizza places in the area had receipts that were just handwritten? Probably a small mom and pop type shop. There was little to no rain when Eddie was there. 5x7 is generous. I mean, it wouldn't take much to figure out. It wasn't a big box, or not big box. A big franchise like Pizza Hut or Domino's. Had to have been a local, small, family-owned pizzeria. Couldn't they have interviewed the delivery driver? I mean, think about it. It was during the Rona. It had to have been delivered. There was no restaurants open. There was grocery stores and gas stations. Oh, God.
Address for Rosalio Good.
A 6th grade science class could have probably investigated this better. Lily is home. I wonder if she'd be interested in a little fun Q&A. At 17, she could probably figure this out.
Gutierrez, so 3709 15th Street, apartment B. How many
Vallejo Pizza,
officers
6-minute
do
drive,
you
and they used
believe
that
were
box.
involved in some investigative capacity? So from the first...
Did they interview the people from Vallejo Pizza, the delivery driver? Did he just ring the doorbell and leave the box there like DoorDash? Or did he, knock on the door and see anybody in there? In the house? Which pizza place he ordered from? Oh, see? My rage is taking over my brain.
Officers who arrive on scene, to officers who speak to neighbors, to officers who collect evidence, to detectives, to management. What is your best estimate on how many officers
I don't think they looked.
played some role at that location in trying to determine what they had, why there was this blood, etc.?
Yeah, a little tiny mom and pop.
You're saying specifically on the 19th from
yes,
the KPD?
I'm talking about at that time period at KPD, correct.
Good point. Do we have his credit card records? Bank account records? Clearly, he probably didn't pay for cash if it was delivered. It was during the Rona. God.
So I would say initially there were probably maybe about a dozen. However, I did leave the scene when Officer Van Wee and Officer Widener were there. So I wasn't there through the remainder of the evening, so I don't know how many there, but I would say up to the point when I was there till I'm guesstimating here at about 3:30 I left that area. I would say about a dozen or more.
So minimum of a dozen Kenosha Police Department assigned officers are involved even before you leave.
Yeah, I'm making a guesstimate, yes.
Okay.
Why are we guessing?
So
they've
at
had
the
3
scene,
years to figure this out.
do you have an opportunity to speak to Sadie Beecham? Briefly.
Briefly, I did, yes.
Oh, briefly,
At the
and then you let her
scene,
go without looking
do you
in the
have an
car.
opportunity to speak to Michael Campbell briefly?
Yes.
Oh, briefly. I bet you didn't look in his car either.
And based on speaking to both Michael Campbell and Sadie Beecham, are you
This woman, she's involved somehow. Look at her. She can't even look.
involved? Does that focus your early investigation? In other words, does
Sorry,
that
I'm
give
really
you
crappy.
some information that you are going to pursue to try to figure out why there is a scene with... do you perceive there being a significant amount of blood in many areas of the home?
I do.
Okay. So are you now going to figure out some information regarding what Sadie Beecham and what Michael Campbell have told you at that stage?
Yes.
There
Okay.
was an appetizer.
And and are you, what, if anything, can you say about whether you are also then assisted by the idea that
Are we
a
talking like
neighbor
garlic cheesy bread
indicates
with
she
marinara
heard
sauce?
something happening in the evening hours of the 17th?
So the information from the neighbor I didn't receive until later because an officer had spoken to them. So I didn't receive that until later.
Okay, so that day you did not know that.
I don't believe I knew that specifically that day.
So at this point, are you beginning to try to preliminarily speak to people who might have information?
Yes.
And so do you interview some people during the some of the hours of that day on the 19th?
Yeah, so with the initial caller when we responded, Ms. Beecham was present and remained present, and Detective Anschutz spoke primarily with her. There were times where I responded over by him and as well, and he and I actually also communicated amongst each other about things. And then part of the investigation would be, hey, how do you know this person? Do you know of anyone that may want to harm this person? Do you know where they may be? Things of that nature. So it wouldn't necessarily, it would primarily be the caller themselves, but then also associates of the person who resided there, in this case, Mr. Gutierrez. So the same questions when I had my encounter with Mr. Campbell, I had asked him, how he knew him and things of that nature, and do you know of anyone that would want to harm him, or any problems that he was having with people, etc. So that would be how we would develop some potential information if possible.
Am I correct that both of those early sources of information were pointing to the same individual, at least as a focus of your early investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So, having just heard someone provide suspicions, though, you would still need to do more. You would still need to gather more information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you do that during some then of the afternoon hours after you left the immediate scene at the apartment?
Yeah, so after we left the apartment, Detective Anschutz, myself, as well as other detectives, we all responded back to the police department where we had a briefing with, now at the time would have been second shift officers that were coming in, as well as the district attorney's office and our administration, to kind of brief on what we've seen, what we knew, and where we were going to go forward with that. We were also at that time waiting for Ms. Beecham and the daughter to come back to the Kenosha Police Department.
Prior to leaving the scene or prior to doing those other matters, did someone at the Kenosha Police Department observe the dumpster at Wood Creek Apartments?
Yes.
And in general, what did they find?
Objection.
There was nothing in it because it had just gotten dumped right before the 911 call. Huh.
What, if anything, happened after Kenosha Police Department officers looked and observed the dumpsters?
So I actually...
Do we have Sadie's cell phone records showing what time she got there? Did she get there? Was she familiar with the dumpster? Wasn't a holiday, so it had to have been, when there's a holiday, the garbage man always comes the day after. Did she know what time it was going to get picked up, or was that a coincidence? I think not. Sorry, I'm really mad about all of this. But do we have her cell phone record showing what time she showed up there? Maybe she showed up, the garbage wasn't picked up, and she just happened to sit there for a while and then called after the garbage man got picked up. Speculating, of course, but it sure is a coincidence. Out of 7 days, 24/7, she happens to show up at the scene of the crime within an hour after the garbage got picked up. Now, granted, a smart person wouldn't throw anything away in the garbage thing right outside the apartment. Maybe that was part of the plan. Oh, the garbage is going to get picked up anyway. Although, you'd think they'd still take a look at it and do some testing. Maybe some luminol. I don't know.
Actually observed the immediate dumpster closest in proximity to Mr. Gutierrez's address, and the dumpster was fairly empty. There were some items that were in that dumpster. Some of the items that were in there at the time that I had looked, because of the law enforcement presence that was there, naturally people want to kind of come out and see what they can see. So there were a couple of people that actually came out and actually dumped some stuff, and then, hey, what's going on? Type conversations. But I ended up making phone contact with the dumpster company to find out when those dumpsters were last emptied, and was advised that it had been at I believe it was approximately 10:30 in the morning on that day of the 19th. Based on my observations of the dumpster itself, there wasn't
10:30 in the morning. 911 call was made at what? The dumpster pick is now available. Okay, I'm getting there. Let's see here. Yeah, Nerdia. I do have this Nerdia emails detective. This guy. Screenshots of her last text messages with Rosalio. Again, her testimony was super weird. She'd never met this guy. Never met him. He ghosted her, basically. Yeah, 11-ish. I think it's in my soggy notebook from last week. And I also find it extremely suspicious that no action was taken on this missing guy by the low hole on the totem pole, by Nerdia, Facebook girl, by anybody until the 19th. You know how like the, typical wait 24 hours? This was well past 24 hours. She calls 911 at 11:12 a.m. The garbage was picked up at 10:30 roughly a.m. I'm just saying that's a big giant coincidence in my book.
Wasn't any immediate signs of a lot of blood. Like I said, there wasn't a lot of items in there at all. I would guesstimate maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 bags of items. But again, some of that was people kind of coming.
Yeah, chain of custody. I'm assuming you saw Facebook girl's testimony. She acted like, they'd had like a long-term relationship. She never met him. He ghosted her. She drove how long to get to his place, and then he doesn't show up. She's sitting outside of his apartment. She can't rouse him. Doesn't go to the door and say, listen, you jackhole, you told me to come over.
Coming out and putting stuff in the trash to see what was going on.
And based on your look, did you see anything of evidentiary value in that dumpster?
I did not.
Okay,
Did you
so
test
you
it
knew at that
with
point you
luminol
knew that
for
it had been
blood?
picked up recently, correct?
Correct.
Recent to the 19th. Yeah.
To the 19th, yes.
And
Look at-
so
look at
what,
the
if any,
wind
steps
going.
were
He knows
taken
this is
next by
another
the Kenosha
hole.
Police Department that you're aware of in your role as a lead investigator in this case?
And the cell phone.
So I'm
He's got
speaking to
wing
the
and the hub.
company. I don't recall the name of the dumpster company offhand currently.
Oh.
But I was advised that they used
Think it
the
would be
Zion
both.
landfill in Zion, Illinois.
She had to have seen
so
something if she's sitting outside.
Detective Cypress and Detective Kukowski had responded immediately to the landfill site where they met with, I would guess, management there or someone from the dump site there. And then, based on what we were told, was that there had been a number of, I guess, dumping.
All I want to know is if Sadie made the call at 11:12 a.m., she had been talking to her friend in the car. Remember, she had said, she gave herself a little pep talk before she went up to the door, if you will. She inspected the open screen door. She went to the front door. She knocked. She went back to the screen door. She pulled back the vertical blinds and then calls 911. And the garbage was picked up approximately, how long would that take to walk up there, look around? Let's just say 5 minutes. Still, like a half an hour after the garbage got picked up. I want to know where her cell phone records are to show where she was, what time she arrived there.
Things from the garbage trucks. Since that time period, it wasn't as if this was the only.
Plus, on top of it, this could have been solved lickety-split if they would have put the geofencing net around the area for those 2 days. Again, watch 2000 Mules if you're unfamiliar with how that works. Even if you agree with the 2020 election results, it's really a good lesson on the technology that's available. Well, that was November 2020. No, actually, their geofencing data, from what I can remember, started in like September 2020, because remember, there was early voting. This was only a few months prior to that. So don't look at it as like a political documentary. Look at it as like an explanation of how accurate our technology is during this time frame. Wouldn't take much to figure out who was where, when, who was there when, and where they went. They can follow.
Went and dumped, and they were familiar with the area, but they wouldn't have been able to say specifically these items were the ones that were dumped by this truck because of the amount of garbage that was there. We had asked them to stop dumping on that site until we got like further information. I had known through a previous investigation involving another landfill site that they're very regulated as to their dump sites and the process at which they do it. They're very regulated. So we were kind of interrupting their business by having them hold it, but they agreed to hold it until the following day.
Ultimately, did you release that dump site?
We did.
And describe briefly for the jury why that decision was made.
No, I want a detailed explanation. Drinks the water.
So during the
mouth gets dry when you start lying.
During the course of that evening, we had done, I guess collectively, the police department had done interviews with Ms. Beecham as well as with the daughter. And based on those interviews, and in speaking with the district attorney's office, I had prepared a search warrant for the defendant's address up in the Mequon area. And based on officers' response later on in the evening hours, which went into the early morning hours, we had believed that there was a high probability that evidence would be located at that residence, at which point we did not have the capacity to continue to do two major site investigations at once. And again, based on the landfill, we were holding up their operations, I guess.
Mm.
Based on what do you remember approximately when that decision was made?
Why wouldn't you split your resources and have some go to the landfill and some go to the house?
I
Figure
don't,
out
I would guesstimate that it would have been in the, probably around the early morning hours before noon.
Of the day after, so on the 20th?
Yeah, on the 20th,
Okay.
yes.
So in the
I don't know, he doesn't
meantime,
look real confident.
had the defendants
Like I told you, that trial that just ended, Bryce Rhodes, the rapper, Rambo the rapper, the detective that was lead detective for that trial, there was a big kerfuffle, if you will, about a missing backseat of the defendant's Mazda. And he very confidently went through his testimony, very confidently described the circumstances regarding the, missing backseat. And I mean, he was honest and open and confident. This guy here doesn't look real confident on what he's saying. And again, this has got to just be a stain on good detectives and good law enforcement people, in my opinion. Maybe I shouldn't be talking because I'm just so angry.
van been looked at?
Yeah, so overnight, when officers responded to Mequon, the van had been looked at.
In the meantime, had the defendant been interviewed?
Yes, the defendant was interviewed. I guess it was kind of simultaneous with the search warrant going on. Is that what or you mean afterwards?
You had gained you had gained information from the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, before you made that decision.
Yes.
You had seen and looked in the van.
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard testimony about the condition of the van. Officers knew about the condition of the van.
Correct.
Okay. And you had witnesses who had described circumstances to you, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, you either had to search a dump site locally, or you had to make a decision that that a van had likely been involved in transport. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Why is he asking these questions, giving him a either or answer? Shouldn't they be open-ended? Do you think they purposely did this trial so like it was stuck into like a salad bowl and mixed up to purposely confuse everyone?
Ultimately, you've indicated that a search warrant was conducted at the Mequon residence. So I think that's been previously testified to as 6813 West Highland Road. Is that right?
Yes.
And did the original search warrant on that occur on May 19th?
Thank you for stopping in.
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, how many officers were involved in that initial search?
Spice.
Only if you know.
Crime Spice Krabby.
I do not know because there were a number of officers from our agency
This
as well as the Mequon Police Department.
It's an injustice.
And then were additional searches done the next day on the 20th of May at the defendant's residence?
Yes, so the initial search warrant so the initial search warrant that we conducted was for evidence related to possible stalking. So we were looking a lot for GPS trackers, electronic device, things that would be kind of related to the information that Ms. Beecham had provided to us. Once the officers executed that search warrant, they had determined that there was a van that was found at the residence, and then within that van, they discovered that there were apparent bleach spots, that the vehicle had smelled like bleach, there was carpet ripped out, and from what they observed, possible apparent blood droplets. So that was the initial warrant that night.
They just, like,
once
throw
we were
all of that
able
out.
to...
Do you see that? Do you see? He just threw out the bleach, which wasn't bleach. They were disinfecting wipes. Clean up the back of your van with a disinfecting wipe. Even use the Clorox brand, for example, and see if it leaves evidence that it's been bleached. Now, where was I going with this? Nope, that's not it.
Reconvene the next morning or the next morning because of the possibility of the connection between the missing person case that we initially investigated and the possibility of the van then being involved. We wrote a secondary search warrant under that case.
So did Kenosha police officers then go back on the 20th again?
We did.
And are you aware of how many officers were involved in that particular exploration in Mequon?
I would say maybe around a dozen again. Again, there were officers from, at that time, there were officers from the Kenosha Police Department, Mequon Police Department, I believe the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office. And
why are
then
we allowing maybe testimony?
from the
You'd think by now they'd be able to have, not off the top of my head from 3 years ago, you'd think by now they would have like a record. Here, let me look in my notes. Yes, there was these many officers. I mean, don't they keep track of their, like what, like, how lawyers keep track of how much time is billed to each client? Aren't law enforcement detectives? Don't they have some way to, track where they've been and where they're going and how many people are where? Again, geofencing, the net. I'm looking for official evidence. Oh, I know what I was looking for. Looking for the van. Caravan. Oh man, don't tell me I'm having another problem with this browser thing. Never mind. See if I can get it to open.
Madison Police Department or Dane County, Madison or Dane County.
So you had multiple agencies?
Yes.
Okay, and this is on the 20th?
Yes.
All right. And what, other than the fact that several agencies were there, so again, all told, how many officers, were you there? Apologize.
I was there, yes.
Change the question right in the middle. What would be your estimate on how many officers were involved in some way in the search on the 20th?
Maybe 15.
And other than just manpower, were there other resources being used, mechanical or any other type of resource?
Yeah, so the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Department provided a drone, which they were able to kind of fly over the area. The property itself is roughly around 4 acres, I believe. And then it's surrounded by, I believe there's a residence to the west. There's a lot of, I guess I would consider it a marsh area to the south. And then there's also like a marsh or high tall grass to the east of the residence. So we used the drone to kind of do a full overview of the place. A cadaver dog was brought at the time as well.
A cadaver dog that wasn't
at some
a cadaver
point
dog or not?
There we had to, we contacted Agent Hamro from the.
What's the weirdness with the cadaver dog? There's something that they had brought up in the beginning with the cadaver dogs. And I don't remember what it was. Like it was almost kind of like surmised that they were just brought there for show or for, to fuel the speculation. I don't think they even were let off the leash, it's my understanding, but I could be wrong.
Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigations regarding his arson expertise. And then the fire department had to come because the fire pit that was still smoldering, so the fire department as well.
Was it still raining on?
When was this? The 19th? The fire was still smoldering? I don't remember hearing that.
the 20th when you arrived for that search warrant?
It did not.
Okay. And had it been raining on the 19th?
Fire department as well. Regarding his arson expertise. And then the fire department had to come because the fire pit that was still smoldering. So the fire department as well.
Was it still raining on the 20th when you arrived for that search warrant?
It did not.
Okay.
All right. So Rosalio on the 19th, Michael Carpenter and what's his face, Brandon, go over to Zach's house. I'm pretty sure their testimony said, no, we didn't smell any smoke in the air. We didn't see any smoldering fire pit. Yet this detective says that that was true. He was arrested on the 19th. Two things cannot be the same. Or am I confused? I'm pretty sure he said there was no smoke or fire or evidence of.
And had it been raining on the 19th?
I don't recall if it was raining in Mequon on the 19th. I wasn't up there, so I can't say for certain.
What about, was it raining at the scene in Kenosha when you arrived at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, it was raining, but it wasn't a hard rain.
Had it been harder in the days previous?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that from working in Kenosha?
Yes.
Okay. So at that Highland Road Mequon address, did you see a picture that was shown, I think, to Detective Anxious that had garbage bags alongside a barn-like structure? Did you see that picture?
Yes.
And when that picture was put up, did you know information regarding what were the contents of those bags? Basically?
Yes.
Okay. What was in there?
I recall actually looking at the bags, and there was a large amount of potting soil inside of them.
And so you've heard testimony there was a marijuana grow at the residence, right?
Yes.
When you were inside the place, the marijuana plants were no longer growing, correct?
No, there were no plants.
Okay. You're aware?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object to where the line of questioning is going, unless the state's offering to use Detective Correa as, I guess, an intent expert or some sort of expert based on his experience in that field. And if that's so, then I would ask that some foundation be laid.
I'm not asking for intent of anything, Judge. My argument is that to grow 72 marijuana plants, you need a lot of soil, and do these bags constitute a lot of soil?
That's an argument, and whether this witness has any knowledge of that then is foundationary.
I don't think his ability, the foundational ability for him to answer has been established.
Did you see a lot of bags of soil?
Yes.
And were those bags of soil what the contents were of the bags that were along the barn shown in Defense Exhibit 76?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, maybe it is. That's the house. I guess I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76.
It's Defense Exhibit 76.
What did I say? Defense Exhibit 76. Do you recall that exhibit being shown?
Yes.
You see bags in that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know from your time at the residence what the structure is that's behind it? I assumed it was a barn, but is it a house?
No, that's a barn that is in the backyard area, and then it would be to the west.
Are those the bags you just testified were soil?
Yeah.
Did the drone reveal anything that caused you to have to investigate further?
No.
Okay. Did the cadaver dogs hit on anything?
Objection.
Well, let me finish the question.
No, because then it's argumentative, and we've had a prior ruling on this issue.
We have objections
To the entire topic, Judge?
Well,
Because it's about what he does. So I'm just trying to figure out how to.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Please don't talk about the case later. Earlier ruling, and my recollection is that I did sustain an objection along the same line. You think I'm in error?
Well,
not on the ruling, on the recollection.
I'd like to re-argue it, Judge. No, Judge, my recollection is that the court allowed me only to ask whether a cadaver dog caused the officer to then direct theirself in any location, but to provide no further details. So I thought the court allowed me that one question with no inquiry.
I thought it was without the reference to it being a cadaver dog.
Okay, so that's not my recollection, and I defer to the court. It's been a long court. It's been a long case, and any of these rulings would have been day 1 or 2, but that and I thought I was allowed that very limited inquiry, and I absolutely apologize if the court has a different memory, and so.
My memory is the same as the court's as far as what that objection was. I think, too, that it was very narrowly tailored, and that was with Officer Van Wee, I believe, as to why he went and collected certain items to be sent to the crime lab for testing, and that was why the court allowed that line of questioning. But as far as the cadaver dog and the cadaver dog making a hit, that was, my understanding was that was sustained and not to be brought up. And so the state's question that it proposed prior to us breaking was that a cadaver dog hit. Those words were used. And so, so we would maintain that same objection.
If I did use the word hit, I would have done that in error. My recollection is identical to what defense counsel just said, which was, so I believe the court's ruling was that that Officer Van Wee was permitted to say a cadaver dog was present, and based on the action of the cadaver dog, I emphasized some items, and that was. Obviously this was the global question. I asked this detective, because he's a lead detective, about the items, and then whether it directed him to then do other things. I don't intend any follow-up questions. It's exactly the same thing I asked Van Wee, which I was asking him because, frankly, that was day 1 or 2 of this trial, and we're in the larger thing now.
I will tell you that I'm not relying now on my memory. I'm analyzing it afresh.
Yep.
And which gives me a hint as to what I think I ruled, and I was uncomfortable with your describing the dog as a cadaver dog, because there was and I recollect there wasn't going to be any recollection, or any testimony rather, that it was in fact a cadaver dog as opposed to a different dog.
You're right. That was what you did. You indicated that we could say a dog, but you didn't. You said it could not be a cadaver dog. I now recollect that. That
would be my analysis then and now.
Okay.
I think. And and also I don't know if the word hit just be some behavior by the dog or whatever.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was, the bottom line is I'm going to sustain the objection.
So what I intend to do then, just very briefly, is I intend to say, were any dogs that were employed utilized, and did they direct you to some evidence, and then was that evidence you emphasized? That's it.
You're looking quizzically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what evidence it was that Detective Correa had
it's fire pit evidence, and I'm not going to talk about what the evidence is this time.
I think then that I would argue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, that's okay. Fire pit evidence, chainsaw, and a poker that was related to the fire pit. That's it.
Oh, I think that was already testified to with Van Wee.
I don't intend to ask him.
Moving.
Yeah.
You can do it what you want to do it, but don't reference a cadaver dog. And it would be better not to use the word hit as opposed to
Yep.
just saying did a dog's activity or.
Yep.
All right.
I'll be careful.
Would you come down, please?
Yeah.
I have sustained the objection.
New question. Detective Correa, you indicated dogs were, or a dog was employed at the search warrant on the 20th of May at the Mequon house. Based on the dog's activities, and I don't need to know the details, but were certain pieces of evidence prioritized, and did you then take those and do further things with those?
Yes.
How many search warrants physically do you believe were conducted in this investigation, during the course of this investigation?
You're talking about like electronics and like as many warrants?
Point, I'm talking about physical searches of locations.
Okay. One, I believe 5 locations, but some of the locations had multiple days. So there were, I guess, multiple warrants because they were different days.
So all told, how many search warrants do you believe you executed that were physical locations?
I believe 8.
Okay. How many agencies other than the Kenosha Police Department do you believe you involved in some fashion in this case? Just your estimate.
Agency-wise, I would say in excess of 15.
So how many different folks that have some law enforcement role do you believe have spent some time investigating this case?
I would say close to 100 total officers.
And you personally, what would be your estimate on how many man hours that you have put in this case over the last several years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
Now, ultimately, was the defendant arrested on May 19th at his Mequon residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was he arrested by Mequon officers?
Yes.
And was that at approximately 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And then was he transported to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And so did you have an opportunity at that time to both see his physical condition and also see what he was wearing at the time he was arrested?
Yes.
So let's talk first about any injuries, if any, that you could see on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th. And let me just be sure, after he was transported from Mequon, did you see him on May 19th?
Yes,
About what time? Very general. About what time do you think you saw him?
around 11 p.m.
So at that time, was one of the things you did take a look to see if there were any injuries that were of note?
Yes.
And what injuries, if any, did you find on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th?
There were 2 small scratches on his right hand area, and then another scratch, maybe a couple inches on his upper right bicep.
And I assume you have zero idea what the origin of those are. Is that right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. When arrested, was the defendant wearing anything below the waist?
Jeans?
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review or look at the buttons of the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
And was that of interest to you in this case for purposes of any comparison?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 223. So did you want to see it through? This is 223. So as to Exhibit 223, do you know what that is?
It looks like a button from a pair of jeans.
Okay, and if you know, is that in fact a button from the pair of jeans worn by the defendant upon his arrest on May 19th?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that picture taken so that a person could observe the manufacturer and the style of button?
Can I read it? You mean?
Sure, please.
Levi Strauss and Company, the SF Gal, maybe San Francisco, California. SF.
So Levi Strauss jean button, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of what the jean button looked like on the jeans the defendant was wearing on the day of his arrest?
Yes. I mean, so I didn't look at his button on the day that he was arrested, but we have them as evidence and photos were taken of those clothing items. So,
Detective, I assume people are not taking pictures of random buttons, so
yeah.
you've reviewed all the pictures in this case.
Yes.
So my question is, does it appear to be a true and accurate picture of the buttons from the jeans he had?
Yes.
Okay. So are you also aware that some jean buttons or some buttons were recovered from the smoldering fire pit at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. And so you heard Officer Van Wee testify that those were on the top level of the fire pit refuse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. And you heard Officer Van Wee testify to these, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And are those also Levi Strauss jean buttons?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you about whether the defendant, upon arrest, was wearing any undergarments, meaning above, below the waist.
So after the defendant was taken into custody, we collected all of his clothes. And I believe at that time is when the transporting officer would have taken those clothes and ultimately taken photos of them and placed them in the evidence. So I did see those photos afterwards, and it was a navy blue pair of underwear.
And do you remember the make? Like the manufacturer?
I bet they were Tommy John's.
I believe they were Hanes, if I'm not mistaken. Or, no, I think they're Fruit of the Loom.
And in the fire pit, are you aware Fruit of the Loom were recovered?
All right, I just want to go over a few of these. With regards to these buttons, we were talking earlier today, or earlier in this testimony, in previous episodes, if you will. And I had asked a question about, like what percentage of that community had big giant fire pits. Most people don't live close to a recycling center. Most people out in the country have big giant fire pits. Guess what you do? You burn your garbage in there.
a remnant?
Yes.
Okay. During the search warrant, were any socks recovered at any location at the 6813 Highland Road? Just because they were differently organized than, your sock drawer.
Look at him. He's just squirming
I believe
around.
there was, if I remember correctly, there was a camera that was located inside of a sock, a white Hanes sock.
Okay, and are you aware that a remnant of a Hanes sock was found in the fire pit, the smoldering fire pit?
Yes.
And was that Hanes sock that you're talking about that had a camera in it? Was that a lone sock, a solo sock?
Yeah.
Hanes sock. Was it a man's sock? Was it a woman's sock? Camera in it? I don't know. Did the daughter, who was known to have confiscated or snuck cell phones, did she maybe like try to hide it in her sock? Did it have pink or purple Hanes writing on it?
Yes.
This is just
And that camera that the sock was over or contained was reviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And it had no content that was of any note? Your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, ultimately, in the multiple searches of the...
Okay, for those of you who are attorneys out there, or those of you who are watching now or in the future who are law enforcement, I guess I don't remember watching, well, an accountant. I don't remember trials introducing evidence that led to nowhere. I mean, you'd think they'd go down this road and build it up, build it up, build it up. Yes, we did find DNA of the victim on that white sock.
Of the Mequon residence, was one of the focuses a plaid shirt that had been identified as something that had been worn by the defendant regularly and recently?
Yes.
And was that plaid shirt recovered at any location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you also indicated there was a portion of carpet that was cut out of the minivan, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that when people did the search warrant on May 19th, is that correct? That was visible to officers on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the residence, did the search of the defendant's residence find the remainder of that cutout? In other words, was that ever located?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you, as a lead investigator, if that was recovered, would you know it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that there was information provided that a family member, a grandpa's steel-toed boots had been taken from the tree farm or borrowed from the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th into May 7th?
Yes.
And were those steel-toed boots recovered to your knowledge?
No.
Were steel toes recovered in the fire pit to your knowledge?
There were two items recovered in the fire pit that appeared to be the steel toe portion of a steel toe boot. And I believe right next to that appeared to be like shoelaces as well.
Oh, for a guy that was known to have worn
and again, that was in
pretty much all the time.
upper level, that first level of the fire pit refuse?
Yes, it was visible from just standing over it and looking at it.
Now, during a search of the defendant's residence, at some point was a sheet recovered that you had at least felt could be tested?
Yes, there was a sheath that had like a possible red staining on it.
And at this point, do you recall where that was located in the residence, if you remember?
I don't recall specifically.
Sure
I believe it was on the area of the kitchen table, or what would be the kitchen table, but I don't recall specifically where it was located.
And when you are referring to the word sheath in this case, what is a sheath store, or what does it usually contain?
Knife.
Okay. And was there a knife found that you felt was a match to that sheath, at least based on your review of the premises?
No.
That's another question I have for those of you in law enforcement and, in the legal profession. You would think that the evidence discovered at the crime scene, someone who is an expert in blood spatter would be able to closely match up the patterns, if you will, with a certain kind of weapon. Baseball bat, knife, nug.
Now, in this case, did you do larger warrants, like things called geofence warrants and those kind of things?
Yes, did you do that?
Also try to determine any information you could about intruders to the home of Rosalio Gutierrez during the time period around May 17th?
We did.
Okay, so could you explain to the jury what you did along those lines? So in those large data type warrants, what did you try to do?
So in a geofence warrant is basically submitted to Google, and what Google has is they call it a three-stage process. So what we can do is we can establish 4 points or radius, and using those 4 points, you create your GPS coordinates, and you can send that to Google, and then they will send you a response of devices that may be using a Google device within that area. The first time they respond is normally it comes into what they call they're anonymous numbers and letters, a big combination. I think currently it's around 72 of these numbers. So there's no identifying information as to that device that is visible to me. So I have to then take those devices, which and at the time we used Google Earth. So we put all those devices and the points in. And this Google Earth, or on this geofence, I think it came back with in excess of like 2,000.
I am going to post in the chat the link to our watch party, Cloaked Under a Kerry Lake verdict title, if you will, for 2,000 mules. It's kind of hard to find. And again, this is not a political thing. This is more of a science thing. So put that feather in your cap. But if you haven't seen this, again, even if you agree with the 2020 election, throw all of that out. But pay attention to how this geofencing works. And I'll put it in the chat as soon as I can get over there.
Potential devices. And you then have to go in and subjectively kind of determine what you may think is maybe relevant to your investigation. So some of the points are off of Wi-Fi, some of the points are off of GPS. And based on the amount of, so let's say there's a device ID that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 20 of them and it says Wi-Fi, you can kind of deduce that that's probably a resident at that location. Versus there may be one that's 1 or 2 points and it's there for 10 seconds. Now you can think, okay, maybe this device actually was just traveling on the roadway and it passed on. So of those devices, you have to basically break that down. I sent an initial response to Google for items that or device IDs that I wanted further information on. So in that second stage, it'll then give you further geographical information. So it may show the vehicle, or I'm sorry, the device operating, 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, so you can kind of see where it's coming from or going to. So from that, now I have to decide, okay, based on these, let's say I broke that 2,000 down to 1,000. Now I have to break it down a third time, in which case I send another response to Google saying, okay, I want these devices, which is a very limited amount. So in this case, I think I only was able to get 7 devices, in which case it's very subjective deciding, okay, I guess I'm going to pick this one, this one, this one, and this one, and hope for the best. So it wasn't very fruitful in this investigation as far as the Wood Creek apartments go. We also did the same geofence with surrounding area of 6813 Highland Avenue, as well as the address of the tree farm in Random Lake, Wisconsin.
So at Wood Creek, would it be
Watch
fair
that
to
movie.
summarize what you said is by saying it's just such a dense area that you were not able to narrow it down in a way that was fruitful? Is that appropriate?
Yes, I believe I used too large of an area, which produced that great amount of items. The other thing with this, during this investigation, I had a time that I believed that Mr. Gutierrez was left on his phone, and then a time that I believed this incident had occurred. So throughout the investigation, I believe there was a time frame of between
You see how he paused there?
9 o'clock-ish to, let's say, to midnight. So I had a big range. There's other investigations where you know that an armed robbery occurred.
He had a big range, and then incidentally, he happened to settle on the time frame that Zachariah was taking a nap. Although Zach could have made it home in the 1 hour, 9-minute time frame using highways, his vehicle would have been spotted on the 33 traffic cameras. I find it interesting that they had such a big time range, and they just happened to settle on the time range that he was taking a nap. That barely fits into the time frame.
At 10:54 at night, I can narrow down to that time. Get a lot less results in an instance like that. So the same with the other
I get so mad.
geofence warrants. It was a larger time frame, so the results were a lot greater than I had anticipated.
Change the topic. Do you recall opening up
the topic because that's a Swiss
Exhibit
cheese hole right there,
115 and
gigantic
showing
one.
it to a Walmart manager by extending it out? You had it in your hands with gloves. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you notice how he paused before he went on that answer, and it's like he was kind of looking at looking at Dingleberry and forming what he was going to say in his brain before he said it out loud. This trial was shown on national TV. They only show on the interwebs. Usually it's just a couple, 2, 3 trials at a time that people tune in and weigh in on. Of all the people that watched this trial and saw this unfold, and it's been what, 7, 8 months since the verdict, 7 months or so? And there's not people rioting and picketing in the streets peacefully?
And when you looked at 115 previously, when you spread that out to the Walmart manager, did you recognize that as a document you had seen at some other location other than in evidence and in this courtroom?
Yeah, so this receipt was located in the front passenger side dashboard of the black minivan belonging to the defendant.
And you personally saw it there?
I did.
And then what, if anything, did you do to cause Detective Marty Howard to then have a picture of it that he could go to Walmart with?
Sent him a picture of it.
Okay. And you heard him
Because we have
testify
a
that
kind
he
of a
received the
split
picture
screen
previously?
between
Yes.
Dingleberry
Okay.
and the witness.
Previously, we talked about one of the FBI agent Hannah Judd maps and where a phone was located and its proximity to Rosalio Gutierrez's home. I'm going to ask that State's Exhibit 291 be shown to you. Again, this is another Hannah Judd produced map, Agent Hannah Judd. And I'm just going to ask, is there an address that was of interest to you in this case that is located on this map that could be pointed out to the jury?
This isn't a map related to Mr. Gutierrez. Was that what you had asked?
No, I asked if this map was in, it depicts another place, an address of interest to you at a different thing. So when the Agent Judd testified, you previously talked about Rosalio Gutierrez's address when a different one of these maps was shown to you.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said in relation to Mr. Gutierrez's address.
No, in this one, is there any address of interest to you when this map is put together,
Sure.
indicating the defendant's phone is in a location on May 18th in the morning hour?
So on the bottom portion of this map, you see the.
You need the pointer?
I don't.
No, go
We'll
ahead.
figure it out. You see that there's a Cedar Beach Road is on the lower portion of this map. How this map is oriented, I don't see a compass on it, but I think to the east would be to our right, and down that road on Cedar Beach Road, that road actually leads directly to Lake Michigan. So I would say approximately maybe a quarter mile at the most from Lake Michigan on Cedar Beach Road is the address of Ms. Brown Frederickson.
Okay. And so that was the address where the defendant is doing some rehab at times?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this house that is identified in this Belgium area, where is that in relation to the Saukville Walmart that we've seen video of?
I guess just to be clear here, I believe that this map is just showing the tower location. Yep. The actual residence would be further to the right, so it's not showing an actual house location. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear with that. But this area is essentially almost right between you'd ask between the Saukville Walmart.
Yep, Saukville Walmart. What I have.
I believe it would be a little bit to the south, maybe a little bit southwest. Or this is northwest of the Saukville. So Saukville gets the Mequon in the Saukville, Belgium area, and then the Random Lake here would be a little bit north.
Did you at some point look through any means by which Rosalio Gutierrez was listing any future activities he had either organized or planned or
he didn't know he was going to be unalived?
At the time that you investigated this case during the time period of May 19, 2020 and on.
I believe he had in his calendar, there was a calendared event, Camp Timberley.
Okay. And is that a fairly local camp activity that a person
It's
can
not
do?
like he planned to unalive himself.
It's in Walworth County area.
How is this relevant?
And so that was something that he had in his calendar. Do you remember for what date?
It was the 19th.
Yes. And that is a camp experience for children, not adults?
Yes. Well, I think it can be family camp as well.
Okay.
But yeah.
Now, Detective, what did you, meaning the police department as an agency, do?
Even this bailiff back here.
Try to be sure that if Mr. Gutierrez were to show up in any location after this incident, that he would be accounted for in some way. In other words, are there national ways you do that, or?
I have to go.
Yeah, so he was entered as is entered as a missing person. So had a law enforcement agency nationwide come into contact with him, it would automatically flag as a missing person, in which case we would be notified immediately that they had contact with the person. So that was done.
Did you do anything to monitor any financial information so that if for some reason financial information was accessed in any way that would account for Mr. Gutierrez, that would be recognized?
Yes, on 2 occasions I wrote search warrants for TransUnion, basically the Financial Credit Reporting Bureau. And there were actually some accounts, I believe, that were in default, but there were no new accounts after the May 19th.
At some point, did you do any investigation regarding a passport or passport activity in this case?
Yes, I don't recall if I contacted Homeland Security or Customs, but I had sent the email asking if there had been any passports issued to or used under his information.
Had Rosalio Gutierrez ever had a passport based
No.
on the information you received? And has one ever been applied for since?
Not that I'm aware of.
Some items were covered with you previously about any activity, Google searches that the defendant conducted on any of his devices. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and a focus was on the Motorola G6 phone and any Google searches from that time period?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a Google search that occurred on May 18th, 11:48 a.m.? Regarding Aurora back and spine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, say the name, States
338.
show you States Exhibit 338 and ask you if this is a search on the defendant's Motorola G6 phone, again on May 18th at 11:48 a.m.
Yes, it appears to be an image of that.
Aurora back and spine, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this exhibit that has been produced appear to be altered or changed in any way from what you reviewed in preparation for this test?
No.
So I want to just, as my final piece, go through a little bit of your interaction with the defendant on May 19th, 2020. So how long do you feel that interaction with the defendant was in general?
About an hour and a half.
And during that period of time, what was the defendant told about what was the subject of inquiry?
I believe it was the general, just basically that there was some allegations of from Miss Beecham about him tracking her, following her, and things of that nature.
Was he also informed that it had to do with any activities he had towards her boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant was aware on the 17th as you began to speak to him. I'm sorry, the 19th, apologize, on the 19th of May, as you began to speak to him about who the people were that you were talking to in general.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify from the last one. I didn't speak to him at all about the incident that we were investigating regarding what was found at Mr. Gutierrez's residence. When I meant by that was the allegations that he had broken into his vehicle or entered his vehicle and took items. So I didn't speak to him regarding what we were investigating previously in the day.
But also talking to him about stalking.
Yes.
About incidences that might be stalking.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you so there was an interview that took place where you asked questions?
Detective Anderson and I did, yes.
Okay. And was what if any, or was there a question asked about whether the defendant had been to Miss Beecham's home during early hours without permission?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant offered up when you asked him that question?
He had mentioned that he had to drop off a couch.
And did who was present in terms of officers in that interview?
Just myself and Detective Anschutz.
Did you and Detective Anschutz then ask further questions regarding going to Sadie Beecham's home in early morning hours, other than his first offering, which was a couch delivery?
Yes.
So when you asked the second time, what happened then?
He had indicated that there was a point where he had a premonition that somebody was at Miss Beecham's residence.
And did he indicate what he did about that premonition?
He had indicated he had went over there.
Did he indicate who he took with him?
His children.
And now, have you been present when videos were shown that were of Sadie Beecham's residence that were purported to come from the electronics owned by the defendant or possessed by the defendant?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant at the time of this interview whether, when he brought family members over to Sadie Beecham's house, whether he recorded anything? Did you ask him that question?
I don't know if it was me specifically. It may have been Detective Anschutz.
I mean, you too.
Oh, okay.
You asked that.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the defendant's answer about whether he tried to record anything at that time?
He had not.
Now, were you present for testimony in this case that on the defendant's laptop?
Another sprinkling of crumbs, if you will, in the chat, La Kung Express. Why is Rosalio's kid going to a camp in May? Is this a baseball clinic? What about the Rona? Well, my daughter Lily, she was in cross country and they had to social distance and wear masks while they ran miles and miles and miles. To which I said, screw this. There's no way there was a baseball clinic in May.
There is a file that is named Rosalio Gutierrez and then has a number of documents in it.
Yes.
Including a number of documents that have Rosalio Gutierrez's name on the documents themselves.
Yes.
And did you ask the defendant questions about whether he knew the name of this boyfriend of Miss Beecham?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's decision, or what did the defendant decide to answer you regarding that?
He said that his name was something like Junior, and his last name started with like a G or something.
Appeared to not know the individual's name?
He indicated he did not.
Okay. Now, were you present in this trial and saw video of a van being operated by the defendant in a Kmart? Walmart. All day.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for testimony about a trip to the tree farm on May 16th and May 17th where the van was involved?
Why can't they just do this in succession?
At the time that you interviewed the defendant, were you focused on a minivan as one of the things you wanted to talk about?
Yes.
And at the point that you began to discuss with the defendant the vehicles he operated, what did the defendant tell you?
It's getting worse.
He indicated that he primarily drove an Audi.
And at that point, did you and Detective Anschutz ask him about a different vehicle?
Yes, we had asked him about the minivan, and he had indicated that he used it for work.
Okay. Did he say, I don't drive it much?
I don't recall if that was the exact words, but he had indicated the Audi was his primary vehicle.
And what else did he offer you about the van as you began to ask further questions about his use of the van?
He had indicated that the van was available to his brothers and his cousins or whoever needed to use it at any point, could come to the residence and take it whenever they wanted.
At some point, have you been present in this case when There's been evidence that on the defendant's phone there was a portion of the registration document from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle.
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the daughter of the defendant regarding actions on April 24th and the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez.
The early morning of 25th.
What did I say? April.
That was the same thing they used in Bleefnick's trial, was the fact that he wrote down the VIN number to her boyfriend's vehicle. So he must have been obsessed. Huh. I don't know, if when you have little kids and you're going through a divorce, I mean, you know, it is a little spyish behavior, but I'm pretty sure it's not an uncommon thing when you have little kids and are getting divorced and hate each other, or still in that I hate you stage. I'm going to get you, you dirty rat.
Yeah, it'd be the morning hours
Yes.
of the 25th. Yeah. And so did you or Detective Anschutz ask during the interview on May 19th questions about whether the defendant took any items from this boyfriend, Rosalio Gutierrez's car?
Yes.
And what did the defendant offer you or tell you about that?
That he had not taken anything from the vehicle.
I don't know. Did the daughter take it? Did
How
you
many times
fingerprint
did
it?
the defendant indicate he had seen Rosalio Gutierrez?
Did the daughter plant it?
Total.
One time.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had been in Kenosha at any recent occasion?
He had indicated that he hadn't recalled the last time he was in Kenosha. He said he did work all over the place, so he may have been in Kenosha, but he didn't recall recently being in
Why
Kenosha.
didn't you get the records from all of his
Were you
cell
present for
phones?
testimony regarding the defendant's phone being going off Kenosha Towers on May 13th?
Yes.
Oh, that was a long con.
Now, at some point, did your investigation and questions of the defendant involve Stephen Lentz?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ask the defendant specifically about Stephen Lentz and whether he was being utilized in some fashion to keep tabs on Sadie?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about whether he was using Stephen Lentz as a means to keep tabs on
somewhere?
That he was not doing that.
Oh, so let's just plant
Now,
that little nugget in the jurors'
At some
brains.
point, did you and Detective Anschutz decide to focus on the day you really cared about, which was May 17th, 2020?
You see how Dingleberry does that? And the defense should have, I mean, he throws out a narrative. Steve Lentz spying on Sadie at the request of the defendant. And then the guy says, no. So then why even say it?
Yes.
And so did you ask him specifically about May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And how many hours or how many days has it been when you were questioning him since May 17th in the evening hours of 2020?
Oh. Less than 48 hours?
So you're
Less than
literally
48
asking about what
hours,
happened 2
question
days
mark?
earlier. Correct?
Correct.
And so what is the first thing that the defendant offers you about where he was on the evening 2 days before?
I don't recall specifically the first thing that he offered, but he generally had indicated that
Why are you using your
he may have been by
recollection,
his
sir?
girlfriend's house, but he wasn't really sure exactly
How
where he
is this
was.
admissible?
That he didn't remember.
Shouldn't he be forced to look at some kind of record before answering? Why is he all these maybes and these questions? Or answers in a question form? I was at the school? I was at the gym? Crime Spies is crabby?
Detective Correa, during the course of this investigation, did citizens provide tips, Crime Stopper tips, information at
Yeah.
various times?
The dark-haired woman
And
outside
so
of his
how were
place
those accounted for by the police department? So if you're in an investigation like
scratches
this,
his
in
face.
this specific investigation, how were they accounted?
So, from what I recall, there were approximately 5 or 6 Crime Stopper tips that came in through Crime Stoppers.
Really?
And
What I recall? Question mark.
Crime Stopper is basically a form that is filled out, I believe, by our records department. I'm not 100%
He doesn't know how it's filled
100%
out,
sure who fills them out, but
or who
they
fills
then
it out.
get distributed to the agencies which may be involved, and then it comes down to the person involved in that case. So on the forms, it'll basically ask like a short narrative. There's also that short narrative is what the actual, I guess, Crime Stopper tip is. There's a section regarding does the caller wish to remain anonymous? Does the callback name, phone number? There's a section regarding specific names, things of that nature, and then there's some other like check boxes throughout those Crime Stopper tip forms.
I can hardly stand.
So those get
attention
handed
to
down
all
to
of
us, and then
this.
we would follow up that way. If there was a call that just came in directly to our detective bureau regarding some information, then we would, normally the supervisor or whomever took that call would transfer it to a voicemail of one of the detectives involved, and then we'd follow up back with that person if they wish to speak with us.
Have you reviewed the Crime Stopper tips in this case that came in?
Yes.
And do you believe with the massive amount of man hours you've put in that you neglected any of those in a way that you feel should be brought up at this time?
No, there were a couple of tips that actually came in, but the person wanted to remain anonymous, and there was
That's how
no
Crime
callback
Stoppers
number
is.
associated with that tip, so there would be no way for us to
Crime Stoppers is all anonymous. That's why it's Crime Stoppers. Correct?
actually follow up with that person. There was one tip that came in regarding a belt that was found in the bushes along 15th Street, across from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. We went and collected that belt.
And?
There was a tip that had come in about a neighbor seeing 2 hunters around the time of this incident, that he had seen them in the back portion of the tree farm area. Myself as well as neighbor seeing 2 hunters around the time of this incident, that he had seen them in the back portion of the tree farm area.
What time was that? 2 hunters in the back of the tree farm? Around the time of the incident? Well, that actually kind of sort of makes sense, that there was 2 people involved in the disposal of this guy. But why are you throwing that out there unless there's some, something to stick?
Myself as well as
I don't know. Did Brandon and Michael know where the tree farm was? Question mark. Could they have been the 2 hunters? Supposed alleged hunters? Question mark. Where did their geofencing and their cell phone data put them at that time of the Crime Stoppers tip? Question mark.
3 other detectives, including Sergeant Bandy, had gone there and actually followed up and walked that general area. Another one was regarding a
dark-haired
area in Random Lake. There was a park that apparently was near the Anderson family home that had recently been renovated, paved, and stuff like that, which I had made contact with the Department of Public Works out there, asking if there was anything suspicious during that time that they had noted, and there wasn't. I think there was another call that had come in regarding a
dark-haired lady
person who resides near the tree farm who had seen a white truck at some point. They believed, I believe it was in April
Michael have a white truck?
of 2020, which wasn't in our time frame. and there was no specific information as far as a license plate, a make, model, or anything of that nature for us to then follow up with after I spoke with him.
Again, in my mind, if there's a plausible scenario, like the two hunters, I mean, if this was premeditated, it wouldn't take, a genius to figure out, okay, then what we're going to do after we commit the deed, we're going to pack them up in the car and drive them over by the tree farm. I mean, that happens all the time on
Did you hear Detective Anschutz talk about? Well, let me pick it back.
Did he talk
were
about
you
the dark-haired
a part of
lady?
deciding what items of
Did you talk about the Crime Stoppers tip of the dark-haired lady seen outside of Rosaleo's apartment 1 minute after Zachariah Anderson pinged off of a tower far away? Question mark.
Possible evidentiary value went up to the crime lab.
I was part of that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, describe how decisions were made to decide what items the crime lab would take a look at, so that the jury is aware of how that works.
So in this case, I believe there were around 400 items of evidence, give or take one way or the other. After each search or after each main event where there are items that are taken, because majority of our detectives aren't really actively involved in that search or the gathering of that evidence, it's primarily the evidence technicians and or other people involved in that. At some point when those get entered into evidence, we would then go through and review the evidence property logs. So all the items that have been taken and entered into evidence into our evidence department, we will review that with the evidence technician, also with photos if they have them available, so we can kind of go through each of those items, as well as with the district attorney's office. Then we decide in our stuff that goes to Wisconsin State Crime Lab we're limited, so we can send an initial 10 items up, and then depending on results on some of those things, we can send another 10, another 10. We have to make a progression. Other crimes, you can only maybe send 3 items up. But at any rate, after that first initial 10 go up, it has to be approved by the district attorney's office, which we can then call the crime lab and say, hey, we've spoken to the DA's office. They want us to send these items up as well. So of those 400 items, a lot of those items are, in this case, we did 2 big, large fire pit, excavations, clandestine excavations. And we had, I'm guessing maybe around 25 or 30 different 5-gallon buckets that were collected. Those are entered in items, so you kind of can take back items that would be sent up to the crime lab itself. Other items that go in are like records, for instance, if these downloaded records of cell phones, that's considered an item. So there's numerous items that way. So we basically triage all the items that we've taken in and go kind of from there, and that's what gets sent out to the crime lab.
Is the crime lab also consulted on what items they think are most promising?
Yes, there are times when the crime lab, actually in this case, in my speaking with Ms. Treffinger, where they may request, hey, do you have any items associated with A, B, and C? And we can say, yes, we do. Okay, can you send those up so then we can do a comparison of those items as well?
Okay, so your agency, the crime lab, DA's office, all these people collaborate to try to figure out what are the best things to send up?
Yes.
Is there ever an investigation where you're able to send every item that is collected? Is that even possible?
I have never done that.
Okay. So you have to pick, right?
Yes. Yes.
How many items do you think you sent to the crime lab and stuff that?
I would say maybe around 50.
Okay. And then the last question I have for you regarding any of this is, we talked about how many physical places you serve. Do you know how many written warrants you did to get information from different either phones or internet or all the different places? How many do you think you wrote in the case?
Collectively, I think there was probably around 30, 35.
30 or 35 warrants for information.
Yes.
Detective, how long have you been a detective?
Since July of 2011.
Have you ever been involved in a case where more items of evidence were taken into evidence?
Object as far as relevant.
Well, the investigation, the breadth of this investigation has been an issue, and he has the perspective of having done this for 10 years.
Objections overruled.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this much evidence was taken into custody?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a case where this many man hours of the Kenosha Police Department was utilized?
No.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this many agencies outside of our jurisdiction were utilized?
No.
Have you ever spent more time on an individual investigation than you have on this?
No.
And in all the time that you spent investigating this, what concrete evidence did you come up with?
Judge, I have no further questions. We do have some
course
items to move into evidence. Should we move our one list away?
Bear with me. State's Exhibit 1, State's Exhibit 44, 48 through 50, 78 through 91, 96 through 100, 111 through 116, 119 and 120, 164, 188 through 192, 318.
Actually, so that it's sure that whatever.
321, 338. I believe that's everything.
Yeah. There was one caveat actually with Exhibit 1 that there are some items on that. It's a USB drive, State's Exhibit 1. There are some items, can't speak right now, on that did not come in. So the state and myself are going to confer later and delete those items off of Exhibit 1 so that it's sure that whatever's on there was actually introduced.
That's a stipulation that we will do. I'm just simply moving in State's Exhibit 1, less the items.
Basically, delete the file from the
of documents that were introduced.
whatever it is.
Correct. Certain documents were introduced in paper form as opposed to up on the screen. So we're going to get rid of the ones that weren't introduced in the way that they were intended on State's Exhibit 1.
Well, I have no problem with that, except that if for some reason it doesn't get done.
It will absolutely get done.
Oh no, we're getting the spins. Here we go with the spins. Oh, that's weird. I'm on YouTube watching myself.
Ms. Muller and I will make sure it gets done and
with the
handled
spins.
before.
I'm reassured. All right. Yours.
Okay. So I'm going to start kind of back with the phone records where the state started.
Oh, Detective John is on.
Counsel, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 333, the web
And
history.
Nick is on. Young Thud Rico trial, day 12. Where are we at,
And
people?
I need page 67.
Pause. Would you hate me horribly? We're almost at 6 hours. I gotta take the pizza out of the oven. If we resume this tomorrow, because it's kind of a clean cut area here. Question mark. Nick is on. Detective John is on. Who else? Oh, Joe Giacalone. It's going to be on 3 minutes. Tim Papa, former profiler for the FBI. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Okay, I can't redirect you, but I think I'm going to do that. It's about 6 hours. Yesterday was 12 hours. I'm tired and hungry and angry. And we still have an hour and a half left, which will probably end up being 2.5, 3 hours because of my anger issues. So I think I'm going to do that. If you don't mind terribly. So, plus I have notes and some things I'd like to look at. Maybe I won't be so angry tomorrow. Okay, so goodbye me. I'm tired already. 4 a.m. comes early. Okay, good. We'll do that. So you can go over to Nick. He's covering the RICO trial. Young Thug. Detective John is on. What is his title now? Was this a CI informant? Oh! Savannah. Okay, so the title is Savannah, Matthew, and Baby Fabian. Cartel hit ? CI snitch confidential informant. That's where I'm going to go with my pizza. Oh, Mindy's in there. Okay, hold on a second. Let me share this. If you want to go over there, you will love Detective John. Or you can go watch 2000 Mules. I posted the link. It's cloaked under a Kerry Lake trial verdict watch. Again, if politics isn't your gig, just fast forward through that part and pay attention to like how that all works. Share, copy link. Okay, and then tomorrow I'll try to get started. What did we start today? Like around noon? Yeah, noon. Central Standard Time. Paste. Mimsy. Miriam. Farrell. I'm tired too. Oh, good. I'm not the only one. I just realized I had neglected to hit the like button. Don't forget. I'm telling you, before you wonderful people arrived in my life a few weeks ago, people couldn't find the like button with a map and a compass. I don't know why. I do it all the time. Even if I don't like it, I leave the like there. All right. You have to have the Christmas out music again because I haven't had time to change it. Maybe I'll see you in Detective John's chat. I just sent the link. All right. Have a beautiful day, and we will resume this tomorrow. I appreciate you. Say a prayer for the family. And say a prayer for Zachariah Anderson to sleep well and for justice. And hopefully Gravely will be disbarred and maybe wearing stripes. All right, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Sorry, I will change it, I promise.